Hi, welcome to the channel. And this is our 2 cents where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Shakur fans worried about the up and coming Tio fight. Tank and Rolly both duck Devo Dev, and Terrence Crawford no longer 3-time undisputed. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button and let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live today. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at $2 boxing, or let me know and dropping it below your 2 cents in the Cash App. It's the holiday season. Christmas coming up, New Year's coming up. Y'all be sure to help support your girl throughout this holiday season. How's everybody doing? In the chat today? I'm glad everybody here with me today. Y'all know what day it is. It's ladies' night, women's only panel, where we don't got the men all on the panel crying, being emotional, getting cooked. So I'm gonna drop the link in a few seconds for the ladies that can come up so we can cook on this great boxing talk. Now, before we get started tonight, y'all know I like to open the show. A little small talk, a few drops.
You know, it's crazy because where I'm from, they say BTA, belt the ass. But I tell them I'm the buckle. It hurt more.
That boy say, tell him I'm the buckle. It hurt more. But are you 3-time undisputed Terrence Crawford? Are you 3-time undisputed Terrence Crawford? And I didn't want to start the show off with this. I wanted to let some more of Terrence Crawford Johnson bouncers pull up in here before we talked about that. But I want to pull something up real quick that I made a long time ago. And we're going to get into this subject because I want to point out that the same patterns are repeating themselves, right? So I made this short. I don't even know when I made this short. It was a long time ago. I'm scrolling way down. I'm trying to find this short that I made of Devin the Dream turned into a Nightmare Handy. But while I'm looking for it, let me tell y'all what happened today. So me and my husband, we went out on a date. We went out to eat. And in the restaurant, y'all, I kid y'all not, I got a picture and everything. They was playing the Devin Haney-Ryan Garcia fight. They was playing the Devin Haney-Ryan Garcia fight. So we sat there and watched the fight, you know, kind of watching it, kind of half watching it. And I will say, y'all should go back and rewatch that fight. And look at Ryan Garcia and the way he fought Devin Haney. And I don't want to hear nothing about no eye strain. I get it. But he really didn't even look like he was on no damn eye strain, to be honest with you. But a lot of things that I noticed watching the fight again this time that people don't ever mention is Ryan was hitting Devin Haney with a lot of uppercuts. A lot of right uppercuts. Wow, just hitting him with the uppercuts. Devin Haney was open for them uppercuts. I'm just gonna make note of that for future fights when I make my analysis. Devin Haney was getting hit by damn near every single uppercut that Ryan Garcia threw. Once you undisputed, they can't take that away from you. See? And it's the problem I've been telling the hardcores. The belts, 2 centers, what I say? The belts are too political. I say it all the time. So now that it's time to politic with them belts. Yeah, this is a political situation we got going on. It's time to politic. So it can't be no once you undisputed. No. You gotta play the whole game. You gotta play the whole game. You gotta go all the way through. You don't get to well, I won and I went, no. Hardcore, y'all the most technical people. Y'all the most technical people. Now when it's time to politic and be technical, you want to hop, skip, and jump out of it? No. Nope. Nothing to happen. I'm trying to find this short, y'all, but I can't find it because it's so old. It's so old. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I'm looking. Anyway, maybe I'll find it when people get up on the panel and I can really just look for it. Because I can't find it right now. Hold on, y'all remember this? Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. Recently, Devin Haney put up an Instagram post of him and Gervonta Tank Davis fighting. Gervonta responded and said, "You know what happened to the last nigga? I posted some ish like this." But that wasn't the most interesting part about this post. The most interesting part about this post was that it received about 83,000 likes in about 30 minutes. Strange. Now, a couple of hours later, when I went back to check the post, because I was like, man, this post is going to hit 1 million likes before the day is over. The post was gone. I thought Tank was the tweeter, deleter. What's been going on with Devin Haney? Why do you all think that he deleted the post? Let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. Y'all remember that? But anyway, that is the post that I was looking for. Let me see. Let me scroll through here and see if I can find it. Be sure to... Hold on, let me see. All right, here we go. I found it, y'all. This is the video that I was looking for. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. Over the last week since Devin Haney's dominating performance over Regis Prograis, Matias, who was offered $4 million to fight Devin, has ducked him. Teofimo Lopez has ducked him. Tank Davis has ducked him with a whopping offer of $20 million to fight him. Ip Man and Baki have all ducked Devin Haney. Now, you know I'm joking about the last two. But what is it about Devin Haney that nobody wants to fight him? They say Devin doesn't have any power. He hasn't knocked anybody out in over 90-something rounds. Why is Devin Haney now the boogeyman at 140 pounds? What do you guys think? Let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. Now, I played that. I'm so glad I found it because I played that. Because as you can see, this was after Devin beat Regis, right? I'm pointing out the pattern. I'm so glad that time has passed and I've documented so many things on my channel because it's so easy for me to point out the patterns now. I need to do a better job currently of posting videos, but that's from when I first, back in the day when he was at 140. So what is similar then to what's similar to what's going on now? Let's talk about it. You see it in the title. Tank and Rolly duck Devin Haney. Let's see how Tank and Rolly duck Devin Haney. Let's start with Sugar Rolly Romero. It's been a lot of debate and talk back and forth about people saying basically Devin Haney trying to fight Rolly Romero, whether it's for a belt or not, is a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite because for 5 years, for half a decade, y'all been calling this man trash and he could just carry my gym bag, and everybody been calling Rolly trash, and he got the gift against. Oh man, y'all been on my channel. Y'all know I like Sugar Rolly, and the debates and arguments that I have to go through about Rolly Romero. So y'all know how I feel. Me personally, I don't mind seeing the fight. Right? I think it'll be a good fight. But now it's looking kind of crazy that you want to fight Rolly just to get a belt. But it's like, okay, you get the belt from Rolly. What does the belt really mean if you got it from a trash ass fighter, a trash ass champion, the worst champion you feel me? Like, what does the belt really mean? But that's another video. That's another topic. What we're talking about now is Rolly allegedly ducking Devin Haney. I just played the video. I could play it again. If you need me to play the video again, put a 1 in the chat and I'll play it again. I'll play it again. But I'm going to say this. It's the same pattern. Rolly Romero, who we've already been talking about, has already been in negotiations trying to fight possibly Manny Pacquiao, possibly his mandatory. So Rolly Romero already had things going on before Devin even fought Brian Norman. He had things going on before he even fought Brian Norman. So now all of a sudden, because you beat Brian Norman and you want to fight me, I'm just supposed to drop everything I'm doing and try to fight you? Rolly's a champion too. He don't have to do that. He can go in his direction and do what he want to do. He don't got to fight you right now. People have plans and things that they're doing. The world don't stop because Dev won a fight. And they do this every single time. They do this every time they win. They do this every time they win. They did the same thing at 140 pounds when they beat Regis. I just played y'all the video. If you just got here and you need to see the video again, just put a 1 and I'll play it again. So no, Rolly Romero is not ducking Devin Haney. Rolly cannot be interested in unifying with Devin. He got other plans. So if I want to fight you right now, we fight when we fight. What up, Mr. Moss? And then now I'm hearing, well, Tank is ducking Devin. Devin the Dream turned into a Nightmare Haney, fights at 147 pounds. He is focusing on unifying and going undisputed at this division as of right now. Who knows if that'll change in the future? Why is he mentioning Gervonta Tank Davis' name, who's all the way 2 weight classes below at 135 pounds? I don't understand that. So that's not even a long discussion. That's not even a long discussion we have to have about if Tank is ducking Devin. Tank got a plethora of fights and things he can do at the weight class he's at. Devin Haney is at 147 pounds. Why are you trying to? Are you gonna go back down? Are you gonna meet him somewhere? Are you gonna try to pull him up? Like what? What do we? Let me tell y'all. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Because this is Friday, the review show, all woman panel. I'm gonna drop the link.
Coach Calvin, Coach Kenny, Team Tank Davis. I got some good news and I got some bad news. The good news is Devin had bought me another Mercedes. Another one. The bad news is the Grinch didn't buy you guys one. But Debo is looking for him, and he's on the list. So let's see if 2026 you can't influence your man to be more like.
I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely love that video from Trill Bill. I loved it. That was cool. That was cool. But I wonder, like, do he just do that on the fly or do he rehearse it before he record? I think that shit funny. So, and did y'all hear what he had said? He said, and tell your man to be more. Like, who knew Bill had some bars? But no, like, I be wondering, like, do Bill rehearse that before he, like, the straight face, the laughing, the spin around? Because he kind of like the villain. He like the villain you love to hate type of villain, right? I mean, I'm just curious. Like, did he write that? Did he just do that on the fly? Did somebody help him with that? Anyway, but why is Tank on your list, Devin? And I know here come all Johnson bounces in the chat. Tank was about to fight a heavyweight. And Tank fans are scared. Okay, cool. Once we get past all this emotional stuff y'all finna be crying about in the chat, let's just use some logic. Why is Tank on your list? And he's at 135 pounds and you're at 147 pounds. If Tank can't pull up a champion 5 pounds to fight without y'all getting y'all panties in a bunch, why is it okay for Devin to have a lightweight on his quote unquote hit list? I'm just asking. And if I don't want to move up 2 weight classes to fight you, I'm ducking. If I don't want to move up 2 weight classes to fight you, I'm ducking. That don't make any sense. So that's all I wanted to point out. Deontay Wilder versus Usyk. Now, Deontay Wilder says that he's in negotiations with Alexander Usyk to fight. And I've been seeing a lot of Deontay Wilder with Shannon Briggs, and they've been talking about him. Talking to Deontay Wilder and talking about the fight. And I just feel like at this point, like Deontay Wilder is fine. Wait, is Usyk still even undisputed? Didn't he get stripped? Maybe I think Usyk got stripped. He's not even undisputed. Did Usyk get stripped, y'all? Is he still undisputed or am I tripping? Let me know and drop it below. But I was just saying, like, I just wish Wilder would have got this shot when he was in his prime, right? I feel like right now Wilder would damn near 40 years old. He's literally at the end of his career, in my opinion. And yeah, Mr. Greg said he got stripped. So at first I was finna say it's about to be cool. Wilder gonna finally get a shot at Undisputed. But they still not giving Wilder a shot at Undisputed. Still. To this day, they still ain't giving that man a shot to Undisputed. Crazy, man. Crazy. But does Wilder still have it? Like, I don't know. I've watched Wilder last couple fights and he just not the same Wilder. He don't got that athleticism like that. He don't got that pop and that power like that. His legs ain't the same. And we've been seeing his legs declining, but they say power is the last thing to go. And I've seen in his last fight, it looked like his power was nowhere near the same. So if power is the last thing to go, and Deontay Wilder looking like he ain't got that pop like that no more, which was what made him dangerous. Which is what made him dangerous, right? I mean, listen, I believe fighters go through phases, right? Especially fighters with big names and fighters that were able to make a lot of money. At some point in their career, depending on who they are, they fight sometimes to where at this point they're just selling their name, right? And I realize that happens a lot with fighters that weren't given certain opportunities because of maybe how dangerous they were or politics or whatever the reason was, right? So it's great Deontay Wilder gets a shot at unifying getting beating Usyk and you being unified again. However, I just think it's the wrong time. But I mean, it's boxing. I mean, he about to get in there. He gonna get a nice check. Kudos to Wilder. But I don't see him beating Usyk. I don't know. Maybe he might catch Usyk. You just never know. It's boxing. You never know. And if anybody got a puncher's chance, it's for sure Deontay Wilder. It's for sure gonna be Deontay Wilder. If anybody got a puncher's chance. But I don't even think Deontay Wilder even really needs to fight anymore, though. Like, he pretty much say, like, listen, I don't gotta fight no more. I'm pretty much set. And I could believe that because he made hella money in those Fury fights. But if anybody got a puncher's chance, it's Deontay Wilder. Allegedly, he was injured his last couple fights. It's this, it's that, it's this, it's that, it's boxing. You never know. Maybe Usyk been sitting around bullshitting. Who knows? But shout out to Deontay Wilder. Let's see what Deontay had to say. Oh no, I ain't gonna be a player. They got the music on. I mean, my bad, y'all. Hello? Mic check. Hello? All right, y'all can hear me. Put a one in the chat. I wonder if they be demonetizing their channel when they be having all their music. But what y'all think about the Wilder Usyk fight? What's y'all 2 cents about that? Wilder Usyk fight. And then Mr. Greg said he just might pull off a KO out of that. You never know. I mean, you never know. Somebody say hit the line button. No, hit that like button. We got no line button over here. Hit the like button. But man, nobody wanted these guys. I don't care how much skill, quote unquote, Deontay Wilder lacked. These guys was not trying to see Deontay Wilder in their prime. They wasn't. For some reason, if you're not a pure boxer, you just can't be good. That's that hardcore logic, though. So, Shakur soft touch Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez have their press conference, right? And I've been telling y'all about T.O. ever since he made the play with my banana, come play with my banana Joe. Y'all remember when T.O. was doing that? And I was like, man, T.O. always saying some gay stuff. He like got crushes on these black boxers. Like he just liked them or something. Like why? Like he just like he not even like DL or nothing. He like bi curious or something. Like he always got some gay shit to say. So he on stage with Shakur Stevenson. At this point, y'all know what he said. Play with my this and I'm gonna do this hard and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, why is T.O. always doing this? This right here. It's unbelievable. Like Shakur should have just got up and walked over there and slapped Teofimo Lopez. He ain't had to punch him. You could have just slapped him. Like, come on, man. You ain't even gonna talk to me like that. But you sitting there smiling. Oh, man, what you saying? Hey, what you saying, man? Call me later. Ladies, there go the link. Let me see if I can find a clip. Let me see if I can find a clip. I don't know if the ring lets you play their stuff. I can't find no clip of this dude. I'm trying to show y'all how Shakur starts smiling and why are you saying that? That man say he was blushing. Showing all them teeth, showing he got his teeth fixed. He smiling, he showing, he like, why are you saying that? What am I supposed to say to that? Come on, man. Why you talking like that? Call me later. T.O. said in the Breakfast Club that he grew up watching Mike Tyson, so that's why he does the things he does. Who, T.O.? No, I don't want to hear that. It's you know how many niggas boxing grew up watching Mike Tyson that don't say gay shit? I don't want to hear that. That is no excuse. Mr. Greg say, to be honest, it almost seemed like he got flushed. What that mean, flushed, Mr. Greg? Like blushing? I'm trying to, I'm going to find it now since we talking about it. I'm telling y'all, T.O. was flattered. I mean, Shakur was flattered.
The right fight for you.
Hold on, I'll tell you what.
I love you. I can't.
For your next fight, done in unification at 140. You've talked in the past about moving up in weight. Why was this the right fight for you?
Hold on, I'll tell you what. Faster.
You talking about room 40
Faster.
though? You said what? You talking about room 40? Yeah. Room 40's nuts.
Faster.
Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro? You been wild as
You hard,
bro. Pause.
you hard. Real hard.
Man, what do you say to that, bro? Like, you hear him? T.O. is a high-level fighter, but he's not on my level. I'm an elite-level fighter, and come January 31st, I'm going to show it.
You've shown respect to him for
Sorry,
his
parent.
performances in the past, what he's done. He's fought guys like Lomachenko and Taylor. You say that he's not on your level. Why do you think you're on just a different level than him?
Because I seen him at his best. Against Taylor, against Lomachenko, he was at his very best. That was the best he can do. I don't think he can do nothing better than that. So
Self-projection.
what I seen from that fight, I feel like I'm way better than them guys. With Lomachenko, like I said, he didn't throw for 6 rounds.
Man, you was
I
a
just don't know.
fanboy of Loma.
I would have beat
man.
Lomachenko that night easy too. That's how I feel.
Fanboy of Loma.
Well, wait a second. You objected. Hold on a second. You
Ooh,
just
I am.
objected.
I like
Fanboy of
Lomachenko.
Loma.
I like Lomachenko.
You just objected. You want to tell him how much you like him again? I think you like him. You keep telling him.
Objection. What?
Tell everyone.
False
You
accusation.
got a thing. You got a thing, for him, right? That's
False
okay.
accusation.
We
I
accept you.
can't wait to beat this clown, bro.
Man, come on now. Man, first of all, why is it reverb? Like it's that empty in there that the mics is reverbing? That is insane. That means nobody's in there, y'all. Like, is it even carpet in there? Like, that's crazy. Somebody say, hell no. This might be trash. Now, I don't know if the fight might be trash. Y'all see the title. It says Shakur fans is worried. Let me drop the link for all the ladies in the chat if y'all want to come up. Now, shout out to Rich. Let me talk. Can I talk? I don't know if he here yet, but I've been listening to Rich talk about this T.O. fight, right? And I've been listening to Rich talk about T.O. And he's been saying, if y'all go back and look at that Arnold Barboza fight, T.O. was displaying some things that I think that y'all are overlooking that's going to give Shakur some trouble. Now, Rich, if I'm misquoting you or I'm saying something wrong, please let me know. However, if that is what you're saying, I agree. If Teofimo can get to Shakur Stevenson, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting fight. It's not everybody thinks Shakur just gonna wash everybody. If he washes T.O., whoop-de-doo. Shout out to him. But like I said, and when I'm watching the press conference, and T.O. Senior like, yeah, Shakur, do that step back stuff if you want to. Do that step back stuff if you want to. So I don't know if that means that they've got the game plan put together. Because T.O. also had a good point. He's like, you don't know how to prepare for me. You don't know what you finna get when I get in the ring. You don't know how to prepare for me. And that's partly true. Mr. Greg said he talked to Shakur like they were in jail, and he is flirting with Shakur like he was the fresh fish. That's what I'm telling you. And T.O. like, Shakur like, why are you saying all of that? Ooh, not right now. No, hit me backstage. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. Y'all want to watch it again? I want to watch it again.
40, you've talked in the past about moving up in weight. Why was this the right fight for you?
Faster. You talking about room 40,
Faster.
though. Right? Talking about room 40. Yeah. Room 40's nuts.
Faster. Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro? You been wilding
You hard.
bro. Pause.
You hard. Real hard.
Man, what do you say to that, bro?
What do you say to that, bro? Man, what do you say to that, bro? Hey, that's gonna be classic. He talked to Shakur like he was his prison girlfriend, violated Shakur. He say T.O. meant that shit. Man. T.O. funny, man. Nobody cared that T.O. run around. He really like sexually assaulting these fighters, though. Like, let's talk about it. T.O. is really sexually assaulting these fighters, and it's not cool. And if nobody is gonna say anything about it, I am. That nigga's out of line. But I guess it's boxing. I guess it's boxing. People say crazy stuff all the time. People didn't threaten to eat people kids and all kind of stuff. But now y'all probably see why Matias slapped the fire out of Tio. Now y'all see why he slapped the fire out of Tio. Because Tio play too much. But now that everybody's rolled in here a little bit, and it's probably enough of y'all in here now. Let's talk about this real quick. But let me see if there's any other topics I want to run through. Any other topics I want to run through? Oh, Keyshawn Davis. Now, I've been watching Keyshawn throughout his career, right? And for the longest time, I don't know if I have a video about this on my page. I might, like an old video. I've always said Keyshawn Davis is food. He's food. Like, he's going to be good enough to get fed to a big fight and possibly get a big payday, right? That's always been my thoughts on Keyshawn. So I'm watching them and I'm seeing Top Rank. You know, they're doing a good job of moving them, right? But they're doing a good job of moving him. He's fighting these fighters. He's getting knockouts and all this other stuff. But, you know, I'm paying attention, right? I'm looking at you bringing fighters down. You're doing all this extra stuff. And you're not that good to me because you're good, right? But to reach the level that, or the level that a lot of people felt you were on, I disagreed. And I feel like you had like some holes in your game and things you need to work on. But what I didn't realize was how mentally weak Keyshawn Davis was. And that's what really makes him be food, because of how mentally weak he is. And so I'm listening to the interview that he's doing with somebody, and they're asking him about, I don't know what they're asking him about, but he's like, yeah, that's a good question. I got rid of my whole team. Anybody that was in my circle, I got rid of them. After the whole situation with him being overweight and trying to go pick a fight and all this other childish stuff he was doing. And to me, I just felt like, I think in the future, we're going to continue to see Keyshawn Davis doing stupid stuff. Because even after, think about it, right? After the event, it took him how long to apologize, right? He come on the apology. He smirking, he laughing, he playing. Apology don't really seem too sincere, right? People tried to give him a pass. Oh, he young, he blah, 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 right? All this other stuff, like, okay, cool. And so now I hear, still haven't really heard him take any accountability, like, at all. And then I hear, well, I just got rid of my whole team, everybody around me. So it still don't hear any accountability from Keyshawn. So that just leads me to assume, and it is my assumption, that he's probably going to do more things in the future, because I don't think he's really taking accountability for his actions. But we'll see. Maybe he did need to get rid of his whole team. We'll see what happens. I personally don't want to see him fight Albright, because he's already fought and beat Albright, even though because he was smoking weed, the fight got turned into a no contest. I don't want to see you rematching him because you went down there and picked the fight with him in his locker room. Like, y'all can go spar in the gym and work that out. But people like, oh no, I need to see that fighter to get that get back. Like, what? Like, I guess. Aircraft carrier, I didn't say anything about anybody apologizing again. But I just want to bring that up about Keyshawn real quick, because We'll see what happens. And then I also wanted to say, like, it's really, to me, I feel like fighters switch trainers. So I mean, I kind of get it. Like, oh, you've been with this trainer, why would you leave them? I mean, I understand that, but fighters switch trainers. So it's not always like a big deal to me when a fighter switches trainers. But certain fighters, people kind of make it a big deal if they switch trainers or get new trainers. And I kind of understand that. But how long has Bomac been Keyshawn's trainer? How long? We got Key with the T on the panel. What up, Key with the T? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, Queen, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Just got in. Man, it's been such a long week. I only got a few more days left. Oh my God. I hope y'all had a good week, though. I hope y'all did. God bless y'all
Absolutely.
families.
Let me
Make
put
sure
this in
y'all
the chat
like,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
Shout out to Marshawn West with the $20 in the super chat. She says to support for all your hard work. Peace, sis. Shout out Marshawn West. And in case y'all did not know, orange is my favorite color. So put some orange in the chat. Put some orange in the chat. What's up, Key with the T? What you got?
Man, oh, shout out to Mr. Greg. Shout out to everybody, all things. Salute King. Salute to 2 Cents. Her husband, her kids. Don't worry to her son, her young prince. Don't worry. Next time you gonna get him. Salute to Slogan. Hey, um, man, where do I start? Because I haven't been on in a few days, and I feel like I'm behind on everything. Um, with the first, well, I guess I could start here. Go Wilder. I am betting for. I am hoping for one of the biggest upsets in boxing, with Wilder and Usyk, because y'all know that those betting odds are going to be absolutely insane. 2 cents. Y'all already know why Usyk probably gonna be like a negative 2,000 or something like against Wilder. But y'all know I ride with Wilder, period. You know what I'm saying? I ride with the bronze bomber, man. I have hope. I have hope. That's all I have right now. I got a hope and a dream, okay? That's it. Um and then so I'm gonna start there. Haley, oh my God, Rick, cutting up with the snow. Oh my God. I can't wait to upload these videos on my dogs. They've been absolutely cutting up. But then I also wanted to get into 2 cents. This whole Keyshawn and well, the T.O. situation. Now because I was listening to you briefly while I was on my way home, you were bringing up T.O. and his style with Barbosa and everything. And one thing about T.O. is not I guess I could say Tio was not a bad fighter. Okay. When people were picking Josh Taylor, I picked Tio. I said, nah, because Tio does have the quality to arise to the occasion. I will give that to Tio, but I think with that fight is gonna come down to IQ, a mental toughness. And that's where I get worried about with Tio. Because this is the same fighter. And remember, a few months ago on 2 Cents channel, I ran down about what was that, like 7 or 8 fighters that T.O. didn't fight. Remember, I did that where Bob Arum threw at him like 11 people. I mean, you had everyone from Quan Williams to gosh, who else? It was Alfredo Santiago. It was, I mean, you name it. There was even talks. It was Brian Norman Jr. It was Tank Davis was another one. Then he wanted to fight Bud. Then he wanted to fight Boots. I mean, Tio had all these different people that he wanted to fight, and that they were all like, "Yo, this a lick." You know what I'm saying? Like it's Tio with them with their skill set, and Tio would say he's bowdy, and then next thing you know, he'll pull out the fight. So that lets me know, like, even though T.O., I think that this is gonna be a good fight, I also feel as though it's his mental. Some is missing with Tio. I don't know what it is. I think it's gonna be a good fight for the first like 3 rounds, and I think we're gonna see that clear separation once Shakur is able to get his timing down. I will say that it will be boring a little bit, unless because Shakur, now to venture off into Shakur, Shakur has been talking, that he's the face of boxing after this fight once he beats T.O. He's been saying that, that he's the best and he's going to be on the pound for pound list, and how he's going to basically take over boxing. Very good aspirations. As a fighter, of course, you should big yourself up. But here's my thing with Shakur Stevenson. You gotta be careful, because T.O. is an individual that does rise up to the occasion. And so I'm curious to see how would it be if Shakur has to be the 100% dominant aggressor in this fight. You see what I'm saying? What's going to happen? In his previous fights, go ahead, Two Cents. You were going to say something?
Oh, I was gonna say we gonna never see him being a dominant aggressor.
Exactly. In his previous fights with Oscar Valdez, with Zapata, what was that guy named that Frank Martin fight that he ended up fighting? What was that guy's name? What was that guy's name?
Who?
The one that Shakur fought, that Frank Martin fought. Help me out, Chad. Um,
Hold on, let me get
Dang
these
it.
super chats. Shout out while you think about it, let me get these super chats. Shout out to No More Sleepwalking. $2 in the super chat. He says, shout out to Ladies Night. What's up, 2 cents? What up, No More Sleepwalking?
Okay, RTM. Thank you, Dank Father. Thank you, Berweezy. Yes, RTM.
Now
When
we
it comes
got
to all of those no, I'm saying when it comes to those fighters, those styles that he's fought, he really didn't. We really don't see him really going after. But Shakur's defense and counter is so cold blooded at times that he makes those opponents look slow. But with this fight, with Tio and Barboza, we seen Tio take the initiative, because I sometimes think that Tio is a better counter than he is an offensive fighter at times. That's just my opinion. But we've seen what he was able to do with Barboza, but Barboza is not Shakur. Um, so I do want to caution Shakur in that stance, because Tio does can is that my background? Is that your background? Who's that?
oh, it's
Oh,
probably me.
was you peeling those? Sound like you peeling something. But
Oh yeah.
um Shakur does have the opportunity, does can catch Tio, but guess what? Tio can catch Shakur too, 2 cents. You know what I'm saying? But it's really gonna come down to mental toughness, like that IQ there. And if Shakur get his timing down, it's over with for Tio. You know what I'm saying? And I think we could see that separation by like the 4th or the 5th round. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same Tio that showed up against Sandor Martin, where he gets frustrated. You know what I'm saying? Or against Cambosis, where he gets frustrated. And obviously, there's something that Shakur sees in Tio for him to go after Tio and not Gary Antoine or Africa or Subadel Matias. Obviously, Shakur is looking at Tio as he's green. But this is not the first time that we've seen fighters call out Tio and want to fight him. So that's what I have to say about that fight. Of course, I'm going to still watch some more film, because there's a couple of more fights I want to watch with Tio. I've seen all of Shakur's. So there's a couple of, that's why I'm picking Shakur. But there's still a couple of more fights, because there was a fight with Tio where he stopped dude. And I forget his name. Help me in the chat. I know he hasn't stopped somebody in a minute. But there's a fight that he had where he caught him. It was like a boom. I'll never forget that. And so if that TO could show up, we could be looking at a different fight. So I'm gonna go and watch it, and let you guys know my definitive answer. And then to go into Keyshawn Davis. I think
Hold on, Key.
Keyshawn
Let me
Davis,
get this. Let me get the super
I'm
chat real
sorry.
quick. Shout out to Rich with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says someone said T.O. a cherry pick. SMH. Well, Shakur. He's not really taking no super big risk like that. So he definitely has the definitive reason why he's moving up to fight Tio. And who knows why? But I'm hearing that after this fight, Tio will be moving up to 147 pounds. So
He should have been there.
my thing is always like, do y'all just want to see the best fight the best, or do y'all want to see the best fight the best at their best? Right?
They don't
Like,
know.
you feel me? Because it's like if T.O. struggling to make weight basically and you jumping up there to fight him, I mean, come on now. But okay, Keyshawn, what you got?
So with Keyshawn, salute to the Queen Jupe. Hey William, Nola Old School. How you doing, King? Yes, call me Dank Father. Thank you. Now with Keyshawn Davis, I think Keyshawn Davis has reached that fork in a road. And he has the opportunity to either keep his boxing going, or he has the opportunity to ruin his own boxing. And this is why I say this. That last situation that he had was uncalled for with between him and his brother. That was at an event. You could tell that top ranked Bob Arum was not pleased, not happy. I think we can all agree on that. And I know that they put out the statements, him and his brother, about apologizing to his fans and everything else. But in my opinion, when you have been with, because he's been with Bomac at least, for a while now. So when you're gonna leave somebody while you're green, Keyshawn is still green, but he is one of the more exciting fighters to watch. I think at least I can say that Keyshawn does bring something to the table at 135 or 140, wherever the heck he fighting at. But he does bring that electricity that be needed in boxing at times, to get the spark going. And we're seeing it now on social media. But the problem is with Keyshawn is that he can trip himself up. On one hand, you are saying that you want 2 million to fight Africa. You want, now this is allegedly, he wants to regain the throne after this fight. He's gonna go after Africa. He going on this world beating spree. But then on the other hand, you can throw a shot at somebody like a Bomac. Now we can make our jokes and everything about Bomac and everything, but at the same time, he is the reason why you have came to where you're at. Your style works for him. I can't say that about the dude who got them 6 dreads on top of his head with Bomac. I can't say that about the rest of them. You and Bud, y'all got something there with Bomac. He knows y'all style. And so I want to caution him to be careful and just jumping off the porch, like I know everything, I know best, and I'm going to go out here and do all of these things because you're the one that had to get stripped for the belt. You know what I'm saying? You're the one who had to go on a hiatus for your actions. Nobody else did. You know what I'm saying? You had to go off into obscurity. Now you're trying to get back out there. So you do need to put on a spectacular performance when you get back and have the fans talking again. You do need to, you got some stuff to prove because again, I'm gonna always bring this up when it comes to Keyshawn. This the same person that when he fought, what's that European fighter name for the belt? Why am I forgetting my fighters today? That's crazy. But when he fought that European fighter last year, earlier this year, for the 135 belt, I know y'all remember that fight. 2 weeks
Barinchak?
out, yes, Barenchek. I was gonna call him Boachuk, girl. I don't know what's going on with my memory, but when he fought Barenchek, he was over a weekend or 2 weeks outside of the fight. He was almost 150. And he was sitting in that interview. He was on Mill City acting like it was not, oh, I'm good. I'm good. So that's when I knew, okay, Keyshawn. Keyshawn plays around with his weight and it's going to catch up to him. I remember saying that on, you know what I'm saying? And then lo and behold, we seen what happened between him and Edwin De Los Santos. To be 105, to be a realist, he should be running it back with Edwin, low key. I'm sorry. And then you know what I'm saying, chasing after whatever. And then another thing, and I'll let the Queen Jupe chime in too, is I don't like the fact that now all of a sudden you have to operate in Shakur Stevenson's shadow. Shout out to Shakur. But you are your own fighter. There should be no reason why Well, after Shakur do this, or once I'm done doing this, I'm gonna drop the belt and Keyshawn gonna do this, and yeah, Shakur gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. No, you're your own fighter. What you running behind him for? That we're done. You headlined your own fight just like Shakur Stevenson did. It's okay to come out that shadow. It's okay to venture off and do that. I don't like this. That brother stuff between them two. And I get it, they out the trenches together. Shakur said they got a close relationship. I'm not telling them to fight, but if y'all not gonna fight, get out his shadow, Keyshawn. It's done. Who you gonna go to? Jay Prince? Your Moses? You finna start training with Shakur Stevenson's grandfather? That's a totally different style, and that's not how you fight. Bomac brings out the aggression in you. If that's the case, you might as well go to Ronnie Shields or something. But that's what I got until, but go ahead, salute to the Queen Jew.
Shout out Juke on the panel. Well, I'm gonna say this, but Key Boxing Hacker told me that Shakur and Keyshawn had a DL relationship. That's why they never gonna fight each other. That's what
Boxing Hacker would never say that about his hero,
He
Shakur.
did.
Get out of here.
He said they had a different level relationship.
Oh, a different level. You so messy, 2 cents. You messy.
That's what he said. That's what he said, Key. I'm just repeating what the man said. Juke, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
How you doing, Queens? How y'all doing this evening? You are so funny, 2 cents. Say a different level. So I'm a little behind on some of the boxing news. I've had a week, y'all. A week, okay. But from the 2 topics that you guys just covered, I will say when it comes to, I'm very happy for. I'm just happy for this fight between Shakur and T.O. I actually like the fight. I think that, I'll be honest, I would have preferred for Shakur to stay at 135. I wanted him to mix it up there because I'm kind of in a space where, and I've always kind of operated in a situation where I want to know who's the best of each division, right? I want to know who's the best at 135, the best at 140. So, and I understand people are going to jump up and move around occasionally, but for me, it's happening a little too quickly and too fast and sporadically. So we're not getting clarity, if and I'll explain maybe later about why it bothers me sometimes, but it's still a good fight. And it's 2 names, 2 names I think, people claim they want to see. I think Keyshawn, I would have preferred T.O. versus Keyshawn. I think that would have been a little bit more more fiery. And I also think that, because they had some like a little beef back in the day, that would have played out better throughout the promotion. But we got this fight, and I also got to say kudos to Shakur, because one thing I've heard people ask him to do, and I've asked him to do, and he's doing it in this fight, is not again. I know people, because we know that man name gonna come up, even though I don't want to bring it up. I always wanted Shakur, and you and me and 2 cents have said this. We want him to get his own name. Don't base his career off one fighter. Don't base your career off one name. Go ahead and think about your career, your legacy. And yes, you might want that person. Of course, you want the guy who spells a top name, whether it's in skill or money. But you don't want to make your entire career based off that person and tie them to that person, to where nothing else you do will matter outside of that person. And I think this is the step. This at least is a step in that direction. He's doing something. He's got this name, T.O. Okay, I like it. I like that. I really do. And I feel like we got to give people kudos when it's time to give them kudos, right? That said, when it comes to who will win, I of course I got Shakur, right? I do. I have Shakur. I think that I think they're both really good counter punchers, but I think that Shakur is more defensively sound. I'm not saying T.O. don't have a way in. Again, this is not my official pick, because I could go back and watch some tape, or maybe I get the spirit. Sometimes you got to listen to the spirit and it might lead me in a different direction. But off the top of the dome, I'm going to go with Shakur. I think they're both talented power punchers. I'm sorry, I said power. Lord, that is not what I meant to say. They are both talented counter punchers. But I think that Shakur is a little bit better, because he has I think he has the better defense. Now, speed, I don't know, because Shakur, I do think that Shakur is very fast, but it's so hard when it's time to compare, right? Because you have to see them in a ring together. I just think Ryan was faster than Tank until I saw them. I was like, oh, no, yeah, I was wrong about that. So far as the one-shot situation. So I don't know, but I also think that looking at them side by side, Shakur is again going to have like he's going to have the reach advantage. He's going to have so I and I've never seen I've seen Shakur. I mean, I've seen Tio fight counter punchers, but not someone as good as Shakur. So it'll be an interesting fight. But Shakur can get caught if he gets a little greedy. I can see that happening. But I will say this: Tio's temperament got me a little like, what you got up your sleeve? Because he's too calm for me. It's like Tio, like he's starting to remind me a
Girl,
little.
that's the mushrooms, girl. Y'all know
Is it
T.O.
the
be hot.
mushrooms?
It's
Okay.
the mushrooms, girl.
It was starting because in the beginning it was starting to give me shades of how he was. Well, he was acting sporadic. Well, not sporadic. He was super calm and not saying a lot, and that's what I mean. Because remember how he was before the Taylor fight, and he had everybody doubting him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I knew he was gonna cook Taylor.
Yeah, I thought it was just a stylistic nightmare for Taylor. But yeah. So anyway, but I still got Shakur in that. When it comes to our Keyshawn, Mr. Key, man, I'm hearing that he left Bomac. I don't like to hear that. I just think he's just kind of getting in his bag with his style, and I think that's a really weird place to like part from a trainer. I don't have a problem with fighters changing trainers, right? But like you're starting to hone your style. You're starting to really become into that particular style, and to leave your trainer this soon to me is a little premature. At least it feels that way. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, it's something we. It feels weird. I don't know. Um,
He said not just his trainer, his whole circle, everybody.
what you mean, everybody?
He said his whole circle.
Everybody that's in there.
I'm guessing managers like when he say whole circle, he say anybody that you was attached to me, I let him go.
And
Well,
that makes sense because he's with Jay Prince now.
right, but I mean, hold on. Was
Mm-hmm.
it? Wait a minute. Was it? Wait a minute. Who else was with Jay Prince? But Shakur was
Shakur.
right. But Shakur was with Jay Prince, and he was still. I mean, Bomac wasn't his trainer, but he still was like around that camp, and he's still cool with Shakur.
No, I'm just saying he cut off everybody, Juke.
Right, but he's still okay. From what I'm hearing, he's about to be signed with Shakur's granddaddy as a trainer. That's what I'm hearing.
And it's stupid.
Oh, right, right. So I'm saying is okay. He's
Oh,
split from the
really?
team, except
Yes, that's what I heard too. That he's
I'm
gonna be
hearing.
with his
I'm hearing
grandpa.
he's gonna be. That's the only news
With
I
Moses.
with Moses. And so that's what I'm saying. Because I thought, to my understanding, that whole it's a whole clique, right? It's the Bud, like I call it the Bud crew, which is like Bud, and then you got Shakur, and then you had Keyshawn, and then you had who else was? It used to be Marie, what calls it? Mo something, Mo Hook, whatever, Mo Hooker, but Mo
Mm-hmm.
Hooker got knocked out, and I guess he left the group, whatever. I'm talking about them like they're an old R&B group. Anyway, you had all these different people, and so I thought that even though I know that like Bomac trained some and not others, I just figured because Keyshawn's still really like neck and neck with Shakur, that he's still a part of. I don't know what's going on with that, but I will say this is like the opposite of what Shakur. It's like Shakur and Keyshawn done flipped.
I guess
Keyshawn,
Keyshawn feel like that now this is just a whisper that Keyshawn felt like after that whole fiasco of what happened in Virginia that Bomac didn't have his back or something
What?
like
That is
that.
so
have your
childish.
back and
Have
doing
your
what?
back. You did something wrong. What are you
You
talking
right?
about?
Okay, this is a thing about having your back. If you're involved in some foolishness, they might not. Might not have to bash you publicly, but they ain't gotta praise you privately if you own some BS. Okay, I would say, for example, we know Mr. Tank Davis always in some trouble, right? And I don't never see Calvin like, yeah, yeah, I don't care if he did beat her up. Like, he don't say nothing like, I'm sure he admonishes him in private, but you kind of protect it. But he's not. If you did some stupid stuff, why do you want him to go along with the stupid stuff? They're there to make you better.
I
Childish.
They're
wonder,
there to
but
make you
okay,
better.
but let me ask this question, Jupe. What you think about this? Now, what was the weight that was for a 135 with him and Edwin, right? He
Yeah,
came in at what, like 138, 139
yeah.
for
He's like
that
at least
fight?
3 or 4 pounds over. Yep.
Okay, so who fought Tech? You know what I'm saying? Like I know it falls on Keyshawn too, but what was they train? You know what I'm saying? Like what was Bo Magnum doing? Because at that time, they were still in the lab for that Canelo fight. So what if all I'm getting at is what if
Oh,
Keyshawn feel as though you didn't put enough energy and time into my camp, and you know what I'm saying, and look at all the stuff, you know what I'm saying, like maybe he doing it from beginning to end, like wait a minute, I blew weight, I didn't have the people that were supposed to be with me because y'all was working on that fight, and then y'all showed up like everything was cool, you know.
no, that happens because certain fighters take up. You have your fighters and you have the star, and for Bomac, Bud is his star. So Bud probably more than likely, I'm almost positive, is going to take precedent over everyone else, right? And that could be a possibility. But to my understanding, I understand that the coaches play a part. And I don't know if Keyshawn's at his career, maybe he can't afford one. I don't know. But I thought they had these.
Man, they got like 7 coaches, y'all. Come on,
Oh yeah,
Bomac
that's
ain't
right.
gonna
It's
be
a team of
that
three.
coaching them
No,
like
you're
that.
right. Because they got Red.
I ain't even trying to bust Bomac out, but somebody told me Bomac
That
be
could be
sitting his
potential,
fat
but I
ass
always thought
down
it
when
was
the
a
camera
strength
go
and
out. He'll get up for
conditioning.
30 seconds to do something.
I thought it was strength and conditioning coaches that did that. Now, I don't know if they have one of those within the team, but I thought the strength and conditioning coaches kind of help you with that. I don't know if everyone has a strength and
How
conditioning
long
coach.
y'all think Bomac can train somebody? He 457
You
pounds.
know what, Two
Oh
Cents, we
my
not doing this
God.
today.
You
Two
know
Cents, we
what?
not doing this today.
You
Two
she
Cents.
is she coming out. Okay, you've been hot since I got on here.
You
You're
know what I
already
mean?
throwing shots about
I'm just
Jesus
asking. This
Christ.
is
No,
just
but look, because I
asking.
know people in the chat like, come on, that's not, it's Keyshawn responsibility. But you guys will be surprised how fighters and with coaches, how they have to split up their time with these fighters, especially if they have a stable. You know what I'm saying? And so what if, okay, let's say hypothetically, what if, because obviously the fight, the rift between these individuals came from somewhere. And we all are pointing to, yo, that VA incident, we haven't seen Keyshawn around them at all.
But the truth is, though, as a
Mm-hmm.
fighter, I feel like I shouldn't trust you for having a 457-pound trainer.
Oh my God.
Two
Because
Cents,
how
we not talking about,
disciplined
Lord have
are
mercy.
you gonna be if your trainer? You feel me? Like it's an oxymoron. It's like a fat trainer at the gym. How is
What?
you
I
gonna
mean, but
help me?
but he knows. Okay, he might not be able to demonstrate things, but he know how to tell you how to do it, and he has 2 other trainers for that.
And then let's be honest about this too. How good of a trainer is Bo Mac really?
Oh, come on, Two Cents. Now the man
I'm
got Bud
just
now.
that's
Well,
it though. Exactly. And
I
who
was
Wait a
saying,
else?
minute. Who was in Chris Eubank corner this last fight? Was that Bomac?
no, I don't think so. Who was he with? No, I don't think so. I remember saying Bomac can't go back to the UK. Remember, so he couldn't have
Oh,
been.
okay.
Bomac
Um,
returned from the UK from the last time.
I mean,
okay.
I'm serious though, because I've always asked this even before this. I was like, same thing. Like, who is Freddie Roach? Like, who is Freddie Roach's fight? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who are these trainers
I mean,
fighters that
this
make
how I
them
see
so
it. This
great?
how
Like,
I see it. I feel like
if you got one, wait, if you got one great fighter, does that make you a great trainer? Because we all know Bud is the best fighter to infinity and beyond. Who's to say Bud could be with any trainer, he would still have the level of success he is because he's just black boxing Jesus. So other
that's
than
possible,
Bud,
but that's
you know what I'm
possible.
saying?
But you know what? It's also so. I think it's it can go 2 different ways. I think sometimes it can be the fact that you just have a super duper talented person, and it also can be the fact that you just happen to be with someone that you gel with. Just because somebody's a good trainer doesn't mean they're going to gel with, and their style is going to work for the attributes of that particular fighter. So I think it depends. I remember when Derrick James, once Spence lost, people started questioning Derrick James. I'm like, Derrick James quite literally had the hardest schedule going like so
Oh
far.
my God. Yes,
But he
he
had an
did.
undisputed and a
I've
unified
never
champion.
seen anyone. I can't remember in the last 30 years, 20 years of anyone having a tougher schedule going up against a team like other people than James.
And
Like
then he
he went
still
up
work a
against it.
full-time job?
Huh?
Didn't he still work a full-time job?
I don't know, but I was like, man, I would not want that schedule. Like he literally went up against every big name and all like back to back. Like he couldn't have gotten no sleep. Like that was crazy. And then people started questioning him. I don't think James is a bad coach. I think that James has a particular style that works for certain people and some is
In
not.
some ways, yeah.
Same
Look at
thing with
look,
Coach
hold
Kenny.
on, hold on. Look at boxing hacker. He couldn't wait.
Why
So
did we have to bring
Tuesday,
Tank into this? What is y'all obsession?
exactly. When nobody is saying Coach Kenny and Coach Calvin are the best trainers ever to hit boxing.
Right, like okay, this is my thing.
Nobody-
Why
Yeah,
y'all
no,
so
but
strict?
I will say this though, they are I don't look at them for their professional. I look at them for amateur. Coach
Yeah,
Kenny and Coach Calvin do a lot in that community, take them kids
they do.
everywhere to
Let me tell you
fight.
something. They're two of the best human beings. That's based on what I've seen
Yep.
in this game. Because every time I go, and a lot of people talk about their little podcast they do, but it's because they're not on there starting mess most of the time. They're out there praising the young ones. They really are. Like, they are people who, like, you want in your community, really helping these young people, and they do so much. And I would just say this: we said it's crazy. We can't like critique a particular person without someone getting in their feelings and digging out. Well, what about taking Kenny? We never said they're the best in the world. I don't think
Yeah,
anyone's
we
the
really
best in the
showed
world.
didn't. I don't think
We
nothing.
just
Yeah.
literally brought up one person, and these grown men get so emotional. Well,
Well, you
what
know.
about this person? Put everything
I'm
in the
curious to
same
see what
thing.
boxing out because boxing hacker. He go from fighter to fighter. So right now he on Devin. He came in. He likes Shakur. So I can't wait to
Wait a
hear.
minute, no, Key, please hear me
No,
out.
no, no. But I'm just saying tomorrow or Sunday when 2 Cents go live. I can't wait to hear boxing hacker argue this rehydration clause that Shakur
Oh yeah,
Stevenson
that's
won.
coming up next. Hold on, Key. Hold
Ooh.
on.
Okay,
Key.
hold on.
That's
Yeah,
coming
but
up
I'll
next.
just say this, Key, real quick. Please
Go
know
ahead, Queen.
that man don't like no Shakur. I remember being in the chat not saying nothing. I was one of the few Shakur fans around, and they know they don't, because when Shakur was Devin's mandatory, and I will never forget and I sided with Shakur in that, because I said, you know what? Why would you offer him below what the minimum is? And people was ready to tear my throat up. I mean, ripping my throat. People were tearing Shakur to pieces. They start calling him all kind of like derogatory names, effeminate names, and it was Haney fans. They hated that man. It wasn't until he got beat up by Ryan that Shakur kind of didn't go on him so hard. And at that time, they needed a friend. They needed some milk. He offered them some milk, and now they've been praising him. They trashed that man. I was one of the only Shakur defenders. Like, I ain't trying to hear that now. They go with basically everything is revolving around Tank. It's whoever they don't like. We be talking somebody who's not even. We're not even talking about lightweight. We're talking about just coaches in general. But what about Tank's coaches? What about Tank? Like, I literally talk about, I don't like vanilla ice cream. Well, we'll see Tank like vanilla. See, you don't like. Figure out what's wrong with y'all. That's not healthy.
Jude, what do you think about T.O. and Shakur flirting at the press conference?
Flirting? What?
2 Cents, why you always being petty?
Okay, I didn't see the whole press conference. I watched a small part, and I told you I'm behind on the videos. Don't tell me. What do you mean flirting?
Let me see if I can find the video.
She said she called it DL. What is it acronym for? What is it?
What boxing hacker told me, Key. I didn't make it up.
What is it? A distant lover?
A different level. He said
a different level.
You don't call it DL.
She said it's a DL. She's messy. She's messy tonight.
I'm gonna say 2 Cents mess with me because she know I like Shakur. So every time I'm up here, she's like, "What do you think about this, Jude?"
No, I asked Key that too, but I gotta show you. They was. I mean, I know flirting when I.
What was they saying? Like, your hair look nice. Okay. Did they compliment each other clothes? I'm curious.
I'm about to pull it up.
He said T.O. was having a sexuality conflict. Lord Jesus.
I've been telling y'all that T.O. was one of these boxes to bend them over. I keep telling y'all.
I think. Well, T.O. be high.
Past about moving up in weight. Why was this the right fight for you?
Hold on, I'll tell you what.
Did he put up a middle finger?
Faster. You talking about room 40's nuts? Faster. Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro?
What?
You been wild as you hard, bro. Pause.
So y'all do not see.
It's pausing, 2 Cents. It's pausing, Queen.
It's pausing?
Yeah.
Let me run it back. Damn.
Did you just say that Shakur was blushing, 2 Cents? You ain't right. Oh my God.
Y'all think I'm making this up? I'm not.
Kill.
For your
Is it
next
working?
fight,
Let me know
cutting
if it start
unification
pausing.
at 140. You've
There you
talked in the
go.
past about moving up in weight. Why was this the right fight for you?
Hold on, I'll tell you what.
That's so corny.
Faster.
You talking about room 40
Faster.
though?
You said what?
You talking about room 40?
Yeah.
Room 40's nuts.
Faster.
Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro? You been wildin' since
You hard,
bro. Pause.
you hard.
Whoa. Did he just say I'm gonna F you hard?
Yes, he said I'm gonna F you hard.
That is not. I refuse to believe what they said. No.
What are y'all? Can somebody
that.
send me a link to an unedited version of
I
this
didn't
so
hear
I can
that.
let them
No,
play it?
I refuse to believe that's what
He said I'm gonna F
Y'all
you
think I-
hard.
Do y'all
Who
think
said
I'm making,
that?
do y'all think I'm making that up?
Tio said I'm literally. Tio be on some. So he on that Jake Paul stuff.
Go ahead. Nope. You know what, Shakur? I won't be mad. Just cancel the fight. Nope. He ain't.
Did he
is
really
smiling.
say
Shakur
that?
is smiling and like, why you saying that? What am I supposed to say to that? Why you saying that? Call me later.
Don't say that. You said that he.
Why you gotta put- why
I
you gotta
think
put all that on
Shakur
his-
was shocked because he said I'm gonna
Yeah.
F you hard.
I didn't hear that. I promise you, I didn't hear that. Maybe
All
I.
right, let's. I got you, Jupe. I got you. I want somebody to send me the unedited version though.
For your next fight, cutting unification at
Read the
140.
read
You've
the
talked in
words.
the past about moving up in weight. Why was this the right fight for you?
Hold on, I'll tell you what. Faster.
You talking about room 40
Faster.
though?
You said what?
You talking about room 40?
Yeah.
Room 40's nuts.
Faster.
Yo, you pause, bro. What's up with you, bro? You been wildin' since
You hard,
bro. Pause.
you hard. Real hard.
Oh,
Hey, what do you say
in
to
the
that,
world?
bro? Like, you hear him, bro? I just can't wait to beat him and shut him up,
Fuck you
bro.
till you
T.O.
love
not
me.
on this level. T.O. is
I'ma
a
fuck
high
you
level
till you
fighter,
love me.
but he's not on my level. I'm an elite level fighter, and
He said I'm a F you till you love me.
Oh, you know where he got that from?
Jake Paul.
No.
Who?
Mike Tyson said that a long time ago. It came from Mike Tyson, and Jake Paul got it from him. Because at one point, okay, back in the day, this is in the 90s. I feel like the old woman up here. There was a point where Mike Tyson was arguing with someone in the crowd, and he told this white man, I'm going to F you hard, and I'm going to make you love me, or something like that. Something to you love me, white boy. So he's using that. I get it now.
Yeah,
That's
but my issue is that why Shakur blushing. Everybody keep talking about he uncomfortable. Listen,
he probably is uncomfortable.
man, he is blushing. He
I
like
think Shakur is shocked. Honestly, I think Shakur was not, because when have we seen a fighter say that to Shakur
he
Stevenson?
always saying gay shit.
Has he?
It's terrible to say,
always-
but that's
Please, I
absolutely
tell you that
they
all the
absolutely
time.
borrowed that from Mike Tyson. I wish I could find the clip, but he was saying it way more upset, and they was trying to pull him, like he was talking about. Yeah, Mike Tyson used to say some crazy stuff. That's
Yeah,
what
Mike Tyson used to say some crazy stuff, but Tio always says gay stuff, and I say this all the time, and y'all be thinking I'm joking when I'm saying that, but he has homoerotic fantasies about these black fighters. Listen to the way he be talking. He want them to come play with his banana. He want them to. Every time Tio open his mouth, he's saying some very questionable things. Every time he opened his mouth. Key, do you remember when he did that press conference and he was like, I think it was maybe Aiden Ross, and he was like, I'll do 2 or 3 at one time, and I was like, Tio looked like he sex trafficking and stuff. Y'all remember when I was saying that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he do. But I wonder, because it's not just him. Like Jake Paul has been, I wonder if that's like how they're selling it. Tyson Fury is like that as well.
You know what? I hate to say it, and I don't want to bring. You know what I think it is? I think it's just
Get in your head. Is it psychological?
that, but I think the way certain men in certain cultures like horseplay play around is in a way that the average black American man does not do. And I think it's a cultural, like, it's a like, you know what, like, it's so in our culture we just don't like that, like men don't play like that, like they get real irritated. But with I think, and I'm not saying all. Please, Lord, I don't want anybody to come trying to say that's a thing, but I have heard men of other groupings like joust in certain ways that like a man in a man in the hood ain't playing. He don't play like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they just. No, I think I really did. You know, it's a, and not all the time. Like I said, Mike Tyson said it, but Mike Tyson probably meant it. He was scary. But I don't know. I think it's just the way. I'm assuming maybe that's the way they certain other. Maybe I don't know.
No, he just.
Well, I didn't. Well, I think that
ever since T.O. woman left him for a black man, he been wanting one too.
No, but oh Lord, 2 cents. But I think that
wow, she did not go there.
But like, but I can't even say that.
You say if they can't beat them,
join them. No, but what about like Jake Paul? Like he did that with Tank, and then he did it with AJ, where he had their cutouts in the their board cutouts in the bed with him. He took a shower and they were in the shower with him.
Erotic fantasies about the black fighters. Y'all think I'm joking? I'm so serious.
But he ain't the only one. He's not the only one in. I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know. Like a lot. I don't want to go too deep into that, but I do think some people have some obsession with
black fighters. Yeah. Y'all ever hear stories? Yeah. I don't even know if I should go here.
No, let's do it. What's this?
Y'all ever hear stories of like police officers that got like these crazy like fantasies about being with black guys, so they would like beat them up and tie them up and like do all kind of crazy shit when they would arrest black men and do all kind of
crazy shit. I talked about it on my criminal stories. Yes,
you feel what I'm saying? So it's like that. I would think it's like that type of psychological thing. Like you really got like some homoerotic fantasies about these black fighters because it's aggression. It's kind of like the same thing to me.
But but they're the only ones that's saying it though. Like I don't hear Nick Ball talking like this. I don't hear Bohachuk or Usyk or the rest of them. They don't get down. Like I think it's just them doing that craziness, man. It's that mushrooms, bro. I think it's the mushrooms.
You know, them inhibitions get a little different when you start doing them.
No, you might be right, and that's why I didn't say it was like. That's why I said I didn't mean to say it like
No, I get what you're saying.
I think it's certain subsets, like certain subculture type thing. They think that's funny or cute. Because you'll never hear Usyk saying nothing like that. You never hear Loma saying nothing like that. You never hear, you know what I'm saying? It's certain groups that don't do that. I think that's some weird. It's a particular subset. I don't know what to say. Maybe they do.
Because I mean, like everybody want to keep talking about Mike Tyson did it. Like Mike Tyson like transmissions. Like he wasn't playing. But but right, Mike Tyson telling you that and T.O. telling you that is two completely different situations.
And Mike licking me the wrong way, and I'm running off.
You feel what I'm saying? Like, I swear to God, I don't care how gay you think Mike Tyson is. If he tell you some shit like that, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
You better run, running. You better hurt. You better have a whistle. Knees ain't what they use. A whistle. You better hope he can't run like he used to.
But let's play this real quick and see what y'all think about this. About what Shakur Stevenson said. Shout out to AM Sports Media. If y'all are not sub to them, please go sub to their channel. This is the homies over there.
What is changing? So here's the clip. Let me pull this clip up here real quick, Jay. We're going to play this clip so the people can hear what Shakur said.
The same weight clause as he put on Eubank.
Yeah.
And that's what I want come fight night with Conor Ben. Now, when I go up to 47 with Devin, is he's going to allow the same weight clause? Like it becomes a business.
Right.
Like how we going to do this fight? And if he do shit, let's lock in, gang.
So Conor Ben is still on the list.
I told you that's the fight that I think should be next, but I'm not trying to look past Teal.
Right, no doubt.
So hold on.
Oh goodness.
What you say, Drew? What? I didn't hear you.
I just said, did I? Okay, he was talking about going up for Devin. He needs to win.
And Conor Ben. See, this is what he do, right? He been calling out Conor Ben, right? Oh, Conor Ben. Oh, hold on. Let me get my Shakur voice. Nobody want to fight.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Key. Key, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you both. I hear you both fine.
Oh, okay. You know, Shakur Stevenson is like,
Well,
I'll
okay,
go with
cool.
the fact coming in.
Hmm. There's a lot to unpack with this, Jupe. Am I right?
Oh, a
that's a
whole lot. A whole lot.
that's a lot because
Y'all want me to run
okay.
it back? Hold on, I'm gonna run it back one more time while y'all think about it.
How do I say this? Shakur posted a video, I mean a picture today. Did you see that picture, Jupe?
What was it, Key?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
He was 175 pounds. That's what he put on there.
What?
If I'm lying, I'm flying. He said he was
I don't
100.
believe you. Please, so y'all messing with me because y'all know I'm. See, well, I think y'all
No,
messing with me because y'all know.
no. It said 100. I'm finna once I'm done, I'm gonna go and find it for you. Or somebody in the chat probably got it.
One,
But he's
Shakur,
100 and
Shakur.
Shakur is 175. That's what he said. He said he was 175. So that's point one. Point two. I'm kind of indifferent because I've been talking about this for a while. Two Cents been talking about it. Jupe have talked about it. A lot of us have talked about it. About the fighting in your weight class, right? What is going on to where you have to put up, because I think we can all agree that Shakur rehydrates big as well. You know what I'm saying? Paul. So like what is going on to where when you see Devin at 147, all of a sudden you're talking about rehydration clauses and you just as big as him, not like, I'm not talking I know that sounds I know that sounds crazy. But you know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, I could have sworn that Shakur was one of the fighters that was saying that was going at Tank for putting a rehydration clause on Ryan. And people have been using that against Tank for the longest. And I've been one of the few that has said, no, with people, these fighters know each other. When you know for playing around with the weight, you got to put certain protections in. And now we know for a fact that Ryan is one of those types that have been playing around with his weight for a while. And so and Shakur, guess what? Grew up with Devin too. So they know each other quite well. So I'm wondering if this is one of those tactics for Shakur. Is he trying to say, my question is he trying to say that the fight between him and Devin without a rehydration clause, would it not be on an even playing field? What y'all think about that? Or just think about it overall
Can you hear
with
me,
him
Key?
wanting a rehydration clause?
Can you hear me, Key? Key. Hello?
I can hear you, 2 Cent.
Drew, ask Key if she can hear me.
Key,
I
can you hear?
can't,
You can hear
I
it.
can,
Okay.
no.
You can't hear 2 Cent?
I'm about to, let me go in and come back out. Tell her to drop the link if she can hear me.
Yeah. So yeah, because I can hear you both, but you guys can't hear each other. I guess I don't know.
All right, let me drop the link. But I don't have a problem. Can you hear me, Key?
Okay, I can hear you now. That
Yeah,
was
I
me.
don't have I never had a problem with rehydration clauses, right? Because I mean it's a part of boxing, and if you're gonna go up to go fight Devin Haney 2 weight classes or whatever, like you would be dumb not to use a rehydration clause, in my opinion. Because if you want the fight on an even playing field, then you would use the rehydration clause. That would make the fight more even, in my opinion, versus me already moving up, which is the making the fight quote unquote uneven. And now you're going to be able to hydrate and go up to whatever weight you want to, which will give you more of an advantage. And I don't think people realize a rehydration clause is just taking your advantage away because I'm coming in at a disadvantage somehow. You get what I'm saying? So the only problem with the rehydration clause is that now y'all look like hypocrites. because of all the crime rehydration clause talk y'all was doing about Javante Tank Davis. So now y'all got to do what? Like, what hoops are y'all about to jump through to make this okay? And how is it even okay for Shakur Stevenson to go up any weight class to fight anybody when a champion moved up 5 pounds to fight Tank? Y'all was snotting and crying.
Man.
So the only thing about this is that people gonna have to admit that they was hypocrites. Like, you're not gonna get away with it. We just not gonna gloss over it. So for Shakur Stevenson to like really try to shit on Tank about him using rehydration clauses and this and this and that, and if anybody listening to this and can email me any clips of Shakur Stevenson talking about a rehydration clause, trying to criticize other fighters, please send it to me because I know they're out there.
Oh, I got you. You want me to send it to your email?
Yeah, shoot it to my email.
I'm about to her.
Or put the link in the private chat or whatever.
Dang, Kid, you just had to go get the receipts, didn't you? You just
you know I got them. You know I got them. Hold on, here I'll be right back.
Oh, I don't even got no plausible deniability now.
And it's like it's just like hardcores. Y'all are cooked. Y'all are baked, broiled, fried, smoked, barbecued, charbroiled. Y'all are cooked out here. Yeah. All this stuff y'all been talking over all this time, and it's just hypocrisy exposed moment after hypocrisy exposed moment after hypocrisy exposed moment. That's what's been happening. It's when you build it up and it all falls down. It's all falling down for y'all. All falling down. Shakur just huffed and puffed and blew the hardcore house down. Because what is he talking about, a rehydration? And I kept asking y'all, how is a rehydration clause so unfair, but the IBF uses it? Is the IBF putting their fighters at disadvantages because they got a rehydration clause? And you say no, because the sanctioning body doing it. So are we talking about who's doing it, or are we talking about the act of the rehydration clause? Because if the rehydration clause was so bad, the IBF would not put their champions in the fighting at disadvantages. But I want to hear. I want to hear hardcores. I want to hear. I want to come on. Put it in the chat. Put it in the super chat. I want to hear y'all jump through hoops for this one. Go ahead, Drew.
Now, okay. At the end of the day, I like who I like, but I like boxing more than all those people who I like, right? And I got to be fair. And when Key said Shakur was, I know he's a little thicker. Like, I know that he's not like as close to his weight class as like a few other people, but I didn't think he was. I mean, I know he's gonna be up there, but I don't know he's gonna be up there like that. Like, if he was 180 something, that's ridiculous, or 170, whatever, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And so, yeah, but I do recall him saying one time about him and Tank, like how Tank can't beat him because he's too small. He did say that once. I remember him saying that, like, okay, so you saying, but then he's like, well, I'm comfortable at 135. So anyway, I'm gonna say this. I'm like you. I have no problem. I have absolutely no problem with rehydration clauses. I think that actually I'm kind of pro rehydration clause, honestly. I don't have a problem with them. I don't think it gives anyone a disadvantage or anything. I think it just is a way to tell if you are in your correct weight class or not. That's all it tells me.
Okay, so what do the math for me, Jude? 175 to 140. How many pounds does he got to lose?
Oh my God. He can't. You said 175?
175 to 140.
I can't do the math right now, girls, after 5. But 140, yeah, isn't that 30 pounds? Am I tripping? 35 pounds. 35 pounds. 35 pounds, right?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get these super chats.
That can't be right.
Shout out to Big Dog Willie with the. Hold on, y'all. $5 in the super chat. He says, breaking news. Tank's new opponent is a fighter named Rico Fuentes, the San Francisco late night tight leather circuit lightweight champions. Facts. Shout out Big Dog Willie. Next, we got Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "Hello, 2 cents, Key Juke, aka the Supremes. When Mike said it, he scared everybody in the room. When Tio said it, Shakur seemed to blush." Shout out, Mr. Greg. I'm telling y'all, Shakur was like,
You're so silly.
"Not right now, Tio."
No, he did not. Anyway, let me click on this real quick because even though I'm for rehydration clauses,
Wait, hold on. I got one more.
go ahead.
Super
I'm gonna click on it for that.
Shout out to Fresh313 with the $4.99 in the super chat. He says, "Majority of the people commenting never played combat sports. It's weight classes for a reason. Each pound means something." Shout out Fresh313.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this. Even though I'm with it, right? And I agree with Mr. Fresh 313. I'm with that. My problem is that Shakur can't be like, you can't be the person to say that now though. I mean, real, like, at the end of the day, and I think this year has just been so much about, to me, like the theme of this year has been like, man, everything everybody said, you gotta stand on it. Like, it's like everything people say is coming back to choke them. People's own words are coming back to choke them in a way we've never seen before. It's crazy. Like, everyone is being forced to be a hypocrite. Everyone, it's crazy. And like, it makes people, it just shows you how people didn't really mean a lot of half the things they said. Oh, the belts are everything until Buzz said they're not. Oh, we don't believe. And then even this was last year. We don't believe in what do you call it? What do you call those? When you meet in between weights, what do you call it? Catch weights. We don't believe in catch weights. Then they do the catch weight. Oh, we don't believe in rehydration clauses. We believe in rehydration clauses. Oh, Rolly and so and so is trash. Now it's okay. Every single person, it's just crazy to me. There's nothing wrong with rehydration clauses. They are safe. I already see what he about to come up here. It's completely safe. And you know who else is, even though they claim that he's so big, you know who else who defended rehydration clauses and had no problem with it and gotten there and it looked great? You know who defended it? His own Tank defending it and defended Tank one time he did it? Boots Ennis. If Boots can fight well on a rehydration clause, I ain't trying within his hesitation body. I ain't trying to hit the rest of what y'all trying to say. And I've seen him fight guys his size. At some point, we wouldn't even need a rehydration clause if people weren't going out their way to shrink down and blow up weights. It's insane. And so I think that the problem is that what Shakur was, oh yeah, it's you know, if you gonna criticize somebody else from doing it, but now it's okay when you want to do it. At the end of the day, you should be fighting close to around your weight. What is the purpose if you're gonna blow up more than a division or two divisions past the weight division? What's the point of the weight division? It defeats the whole purpose of weight divisions. If you're saying you should be able to blow up to whatever weight, as long as you make that weight, I don't know, almost 2 days before the fight, it don't matter. No, because you're not fighting at that weight class. You're getting in the ring nowhere near that weight class. It's a farce. And you're blowing up well beyond. People didn't used to, that wasn't a thing back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. People just started doing that. That's why they had to have these rehydration clauses to protect people. And it's just, and matter of fact, go back and watch some old HBO fights and look at they day of weigh-ins. You didn't see no mess like this. And
let me get Boxing Hacker super chat real quick. Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. Rehydration clauses are not safe, so why does the IBF do it, Boxing Hacker? Regardless if it's Shakur or the IBF, fighters should be allowed to hydrate to what they want once they make weight. Shout out Boxing Hacker for his 2 cents. But
it's so unsafe, but we've seen it for, actually, this is another thing. One more point. This just shows you about, and this is why people say like, okay, this hardcore casual take. At the end of the day, and I get why you don't like the term hardcores, 2 cents, because the people who claim they're hardcores, like people like Boxing Hacker who are not hardcores, because right. If he had any type of boxing history or knowledge, you would know that this whole blowing up in weight thing, that is something very new, because majority of the history of boxing, the majority, you weighed in the day of. And then people started trying to, get an advantage by shrinking down so they can, doing all this mess. So they say, okay, we're gonna give y'all a day. Not, but again, every time you make a new rule, someone's gonna find a way to try to abuse it. So then when they start making these weigh-ins the day before, people remember, it used to be the day before. So I don't know if you guys remember back in the day. Well, it's not even back in the day, not that long ago. If the fight is Saturday night, right? You're gonna start coming into the ring around 10 o'clock p.m. The weigh-in was like afternoon, evening. Now you notice that these weigh-ins are getting earlier and earlier and earlier and earlier. And now you're not even getting real weigh-ins. You're getting a real one with the commissioner and a fake one. Somebody said that there's not a fake weigh-in. Yes, it is. If you do two, yes, it is. It's fake because you did a real one and then you do a fake one. You got to keep this mess up. You have to keep changing things over and over because to sustain it. It went from the day before the weigh-in being around 4 or 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Because I remember they used to do it that way because people would work in Vegas and get off work and you could still go to the weigh-in. Now it's in the butt crack of dawn, 6, 7 in the morning. And then you do or even they'll do a 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is still better than having it in the butt crack of dawn. You're doing all this because you're saying, well, as long as I weighed in, because you're weighing it, you're pushing it to almost 48 hours ahead of time. It's ridiculous. It wasn't like that the majority of the history of boxing. So he's saying, oh, it's unhealthy. What are you talking about? This has been the majority of the history of boxing, and the IBF hasn't had any complications. The man y'all claim is so big and scary did it forever and fought guys his size and didn't have any problems. Why do you have to keep cutting down 50, 60 pounds just so you can blow up another 50, 60 pounds the next day, which, by the way, no one has explained to me how that is scientifically and humanly possible. I've yet to hear a scientific explanation.
Victor Conti. Okay, let me get these super chats and then we're going to hear what Shakur got to say. Shout out to the aircraft carrier, $4.99 in the super chat. Can y'all explain a weight bully? What's the problem with fighters 20 pounds overweight when he's not training? And why rehydration clauses is frowned upon? Shout out to the aircraft carrier. You're going to have to ask a hardcore fan in the chat why they're frowned upon. I don't frown upon them. I mean, it is what it is. The aircraft carrier, again, back in the super chat. $1.99. He says, if you make weight, it's fair game. Shout out aircraft carrier. Thank you so much for your support to the channel. And you know what, aircraft carrier, a lot of people have that mentality and they believe that. Hey, if you make weight, cool, it's fair game, but that don't mean I can't acknowledge whatever it is that I want to acknowledge about your weight.
I mean, okay, so they're saying that as long as I
got one more. Shout out to Mr. Greg back in the super chat. Man, thank y'all for really supporting the channel today. I really appreciate it. He says Kurt was blowing up to 175 and still no KOs. Shakur Stevenson can't even hold a microphone. He can't make a fist.
Right. But this is the thing, too. This is a really quick thing about this whole, well, it's fair game. Okay, well, when the WBC changed the rules about what drug you can have in your system and knock somebody out, remember, it's fair game because they keep changing the rules for the weight, right, to give somebody an advantage. So when the WBC changed the rules, it's fair game. When they change these rules, even though it's wrong, it's fair game. Remember that. Keep that energy because that's what happens. Just because they change the rule, oh, it's fair game. They say it's okay now. Yeah, okay. So don't cry about it. When somebody gets on a particular drug and they can't prove it, and they say it may or may not have been, it's fair game. That's the rules. It's fair game. If it's all about the rules now, then keep that energy. I don't want to hear them just sobbing and crying when it's a situation that you don't like. That's a thing. Y'all don't keep that same energy. And another thing, I don't care if Boots, I sorry, see the comment section. I don't care if Boots didn't get the knockout, whatever. At the end of the day, Boots beat Karen. He's had knockouts at 175. At the end of the day, he wasn't whining about it. And when they asked him about rehydration clauses with IBF, he had no problem with it. He had no problem fighting with them. Because whether he get a knockout or not, he still performed well. At the end of the day, if you have to blow up more than 10 to 12 pounds beyond your weight division, you're in the wrong weight division. That's it. The end. We've seen greats do it forever. And now you got this whole new crop of guys who can't. Maybe you're trash. The end.
Ooh, let's see what Shakur Stevenson got to say.
Like rehydration clause. I don't want nothing that's gonna take away from me actually beating him. So he could come in long as he make the actual weight, I'll be with it. But it's gonna have to be a lot of testing. It's gonna have to be like some real testing, and I'm with it. Like, let's make it happen there.
The rehydration clause, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I think
because Tank does that to every fighter. So he is this Frank Martin has to do the same thing.
I don't know what Frank Martin has to do, but
I gotta stop it. I mean, I just can't let the hypocrisy. Tank puts a rehydration clause on every fighter. Like, why? Like, what?
Yeah, now he lying. Yeah, that's a lot.
Like what? Like I just can't let that slide because you see how people just make up shit and just be lying.
And yeah, I that's crazy. I heard
it's a blatant lie. That's just like a bold-faced lie.
But you know what? People are so comfortable with it. People are so comfortable with it now because you have channels. That's all they do. And longest, I mean, and they worship certain, teams. They just blatantly lie. You can catch them in a blatant lie. You know what they'll do? Well, what about so-and-so to deflect? They don't care. That's just who they are at this point. And Shakur know better. But I just think what also bothers me about the rehydration clause situation is that.
Hold on, Drew. Let me finish.
Frank Martin is more so like a 135 pounder. So I don't understand the reason why he would.
Oh, what? Why are you going so fast?
Okay.
But that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Because if you go watch when Ryan fought.
What happened?
I think it's probably just getting stuck. Is that what?
Well, you do so fast.
Tank, and you watch when Devin fought Tank, and you see like the
people.
Size, the
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Drew. Let me try to fix this.
No, I was just going to add that what's crazy about it too, they keep acting like, oh, it's an advantage for one person or the other. You're both under the same rehydration limit. So when people say that it's giving one person an advantage and one person a disadvantage, you're already admitting that you don't want to be the same size as the person you're fighting. That's an automatic admission because the whole point of the weigh-in is that you are weighing in. You both can't weigh over this particular amount. A rehydration clause is just doing the same thing. It's saying, okay, you're fighting for this particular belt or you're fighting for this particular size. To keep it fair, we want to make sure neither one of you went over this particular size that you agreed to. Think about this for a second. If you're complaining that you can't be bigger than this person, that's an automatic admission that you had every intent of having an advantage. That's what's the argument in itself is an admission that, Dad, no, I wanted this size advantage. Because and think about it, and then I say, why would you agree to it, right? Well, I really want this fight with this particular person. Like I remember someone saying, well, Tank should have did that with Ryan because, of course, Ryan agreed to it because he wanted the Tank fight because Tank's a big fight. Yeah, but you know who else was a big fight at the time? Errol would have been a big fight. Bub would have been a big fight. You didn't want that with them though, right? You know why? Because you wouldn't have had the advantage. You could have made money off either one. You chose the one where you thought you had the advantage. You don't want the one, which is why we're having this big cry and hooting and hollering about certain people moving up to a new division, 154. Oh, no, you don't want it. You want to wait until you have an advantage. People don't feel comfortable unless they have an advantage.
Yep.
And that's all this is about. Is in the common sense, just if you work through this logically, arguing that you have to be the same size or close in size to the person that you're fighting. If you're resisting that, you're automatically admitting you don't want an even fight. That's you automatically admitting that. So I don't respect it. I don't care.
Jupe is cooking up here.
Well,
She's
can I?
absolutely right. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I say, let me say this, and I agree with what Jupe said and with 2 cents, what you were saying as well. I was just sitting back thinking, though, about something, y'all, and I have to be honest, we got to talk about this because I see the chat, a lot of them, of course, we got the Devin and the Shakur fans up in here. Shout out to y'all. There's no disrespect. But I do, Mr. Greg brought up something very, very imperative. And Rick Timms is another one who always say, Devin haven't had a knockout since, in several years when I need that knockout. But this is, I think about two things when Mr. Greg said, when I read Mr. Greg comment. When Devin fought Regis in California, he registered at 170 for a 140 fight, meaning that no telling how much he weighs after the fight. I mean, before the fight, leading up to it, so how much he has to shed. But we know that he rehydrates at least 25 to 30 pounds, okay, within 24 hours, right? And so now Shakur, and I put that link in the private chat of the Shakur picture, 2 cents, of him saying, now this is him. I'm not saying that this is what I estimate. He says that he is 175 pounds. So going off of what he said, he's fighting 140. So that's 35 pounds. So the question is, it's not about because I see people saying, oh, the rehydration that puts people at unfair advantage is unsafe. But how can we talk about safety when these fighters are willing to shrink themselves down? Let's talk about it. 170, so from 140 to 175, that's what, three different weight classes up? 3, 4?
It might be more. You said from one.
140. So you got 147, 154, 160, 168, 175. 5 weight classes.
Yeah, and
So
that's
how safe?
that's what they're crying about. They're like,
Right.
it's not fair. You won't let me rehydrate 5 weight classes. If you don't sit your weekend, you know how much
Right. That's what but even though look though, but my thing is, how safe is it for these fighters to be killing themselves to shrink down 5 weight classes? That's what I'm saying. Forget the rehydration. Let's say the rehydration clause ain't even in it. But if you already is walking around 175, 180, and you shrink it, okay, people tell me that you could lose 10 pounds by sparring. I believe it. Okay, let's say that that's what's going on and they're still able to do it. What about the situation that we just came across in Japan? My, do we have short memories where we lost what, 2 Japanese fighters in one card? And what was the thing? They dehydrated themselves for the weight. They didn't have enough water in their system. That's how they got I think one of them had brain hemorrhaging. And so now Japan boxing has put in a whole new stipulation, and we just saw that with Inoue's last fight, or his brothers, where they have to have a strict for like 3 or 4 weeks. They have to check in with the boxing commission and get tests ran, and their hydration and everything is measured. And if they're too dehydrated, then they are pulled from the fight. But that's called when they have to lose the weight to get into shape for that weight class. Now we have 2 fighters. I'm pretty sure it's more. David Benavidez is another one. Bam Rodriguez is another one. And these are my fighters. I like them. But
Absolutely.
we gotta call a spade a spade.
Yep.
Inoue is another one. These are fighters. It's not just Shakur and Devin. These are fighters that are hydrating 4 and 5 weight classes above, shrinking themselves down. The difference between them and Shakur and Devin is that they're getting the knockouts. They're having the reels, the reels that go viral and everything else. I'm very curious as to why, but I think why they're doing it is because maybe it is a strength thing up there. Maybe it is tough competition. They chin ain't ready for that. It could be a lot of reasons why they won't campaign up in those weight classes. But if you guys are gonna talk about the rehydration clause being dangerous, then let's talk about these fighters that's already up there in weight. They walking around with David Benavidez and them. Like, let's keep it 105. They walk, and Shakur is taller than T.O. I didn't even know that. He looked bigger than T.O. already. So let's talk about that they're even shrinking themselves down. That's a hazard in boxing. But of course, you guys want to focus on, some of y'all want to focus on, oh, the rehydration is a cop out. Okay. Y'all got it.
Let me tell you, first of all, thank you.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get this cash out. Shout out to A Sostan with the $5 in the cash app. He say for support. Shout out A Sostan. And shout out to the aircraft carrier back in the super chat once again with the $1.99. He says, you make weight, it's fair game. Shout out aircraft carrier. All right, go ahead, Ju.
I was gonna say thanks to, because I was gonna also name the other people who do this as well, and I think this is such a headache when you can't have any adult conversation because you have people like, what about Benavidez? What about in the chat? Like,
hold on, one second, Ju, 1 second. Big Supreme, where you been? I hope all is well, King. But he said anyway came in at 130. What did he say? 138. And so that's not a big deal. That's only 16 pounds. Wrong. Last year, anyway, rehydrated up to 144. I know that for a fact because that's when they were calling on anyway to fight Tank. He rehydrated up to 144. And I was like, wow, why is he coming in that heavy? But he can't do that no more. Go ahead, Ju.
Absolutely, right. And yeah, so I'm happy you mentioned the other names because like if you particularly talk about any particular person and you name, like right now we're talking about Shakur. I'm a Shakur fan, but because they mentioned Devin, you can't mention Devin without the whole place crying and whining. Oh my God, what about Benavidez? What about all of them? I don't care who it is. I don't know how many times. Unlike most of y'all, I think I can say this about us and the ladies. We keep it a bean no matter who it is. We not like y'all. I don't care who you are. If it was Tank, I would take your big butt up. I don't care if you, because they're like, well, as long as you make weight. This is the thing that's annoying me about this. As long as you make weight, because like y'all have a fundamental misunderstanding or y'all missing logic. Being a weight bully is not about making weight, because you have to make weight. On majority, if you're a fighter, you're 99% of the time, or I say 95% of the time, the fighter is going to make weight. It's not about just making weight. Being a weight bully is about literally being a bully in the ring by being the bigger person, which happens after you make weight. And it means you did things to prepare to make weight so that you can rehydrate later. So that's such a ridiculous response. As long as you don't make weight, of course you're going to make weight. We know they expect to make weight. So please, could y'all have some, please, for the love of God, could you put your critical thinking caps on? It's not about that. It's about being in the ring, coming into the ring and having an unfair, unsafe advantage and completely dismantling the whole purpose of the weight divisions to begin with. So yes, we're talking about anybody, whoever it is. But not only that, you're right. But I think the reason why he does have a point, even though yes, Bam, I think it was 140 something. So he still goes up a couple divisions. Now, I think the reason why Bam and people like that are getting the knockouts is because it's so many. The reason why he's maybe about 5 divisions, rehydrating about 5 divisions, is because there's so many little bitty divisions, right? Like their divisions are separated by a much smaller weight, right? Like 3 pounds here, 3 pounds there, 5 pounds there. Versus when you're getting beyond 135, they're starting to be separated by bigger amounts. So the bigger man. So yeah, so Bam is doing some, Bam is definitely blowing up. But I think the difference maker is because of like the way the weight classes, there's so many weight classes. I think that when it comes to people like, well, clearly now a Shakur or a Devin or whoever you are, even Benavidez, I don't care who it is, whoever y'all say is, whoever's doing this at the larger weights is because, think about it, they might know, okay, in the meantime, I'm not going to be at my full strength and I might not have all the weight on my punches. But again, I don't need to. I'm the bigger man. Like, think about it. Key, you're a grown woman. If a third grader tries to fight you, do you need to be at your full strength to beat them?
I don't know, Drew. Some of these third graders in Chicago, some of these third graders in Chicago, bro. They
You're
look.
You need to
right.
be
Yeah, you're right.
strapped to be
Okay,
You
Miss
well,
gotta,
which
you
Chicago.
one?
gotta have a stick or
You need
something.
to
You
be
feel
strapped
Okay,
to
me?
be the
well,
Miss
Iowa and
Chicago.
But
Iowa.
the
Listen to
average one,
me.
nah.
No, right. I don't need my full strength for someone who's smaller than me. I can get, but that's why they might not care about knockouts. That actually might make sense. I don't need to be at my full strength to do what I got to do because I'm really not moving up in weight. Really, think about it. You're really just cutting less weight every time, and then saying you're moving up. Because you think about it, they're never the smaller man. What are you really moving up to?
And you know what, Juke?
How are you moving up if you're already bigger?
That goes hand in hand to what you said that day about them kind of like moving up and going to fight champions is kind of like not the same because they like cherry picking and then
and
which
that's
champion
what
they want to fight, and then now you
yes,
moving up
and
and you bigger than the champion you fight, and it's like, how is this possible?
and that's why I said I don't is okay. There was a time where moving up meant something. And it would be very rare that you would see people continuously move up and they're the bigger person. Now it's like almost all the time, and it's insane. It's like, oh, but you got to give him respect because he moved up to what? Moved up to what new weight class? You just cut less weight. That's all you did.
And I think too,
because you're still bigger than everybody.
Yep, and I think too, Jupe, off of your point, because that's a really good point that you made. I think too, and I don't want to even call it a cherry. Well, it's kind of looking like a cherry pick with what they're doing. So so let's take Shakur because this is the topic, right? And I got to call Shakur out on this. If you tell me, so it was just a month ago that Shakur, or no, it was like 3 weeks ago that Shakur said, I'm coming up there to fight who? Conor Ben, right? At 147. And he didn't say anything about any stipulations. And then now all of a sudden when it come to Devin, oh no, I gotta put a rehydration clause on you because it's just business. That's what he said. It's about the business. Okay, what does that have to do with it? But then you want to fight Ryan. You didn't say anything like that because he also came at Ryan Garcia a few days ago. And out of all of them, now look, I might could talk, I might have my differences with Devin. But one thing about Devin, he gonna come in there looking like a skeleton. He gonna strip all the way down and have a ceremonial weigh-in, but he gonna make that weight. Ryan Garcia plays around with that weight. You feel me? So if anything, that should be directed. Look, we got to have stipulations on you, and for Shakur to continue to, when he made that statement in that interview that 2 Cents played, like you let that reporter, and I'm pretty sure that reporter, half these reporters don't know boxing like us in the chat and everything. You know what I'm saying? But for them to say, oh, he put rehydration clauses on everybody. Look at what he did to Ryan. That should have been your way. Wait a minute now. Ryan plays around with the weight. Ryan does X, Y, and Z. Like you gotta have stipulations because there are fighters that will use that to their advantage. But the crazy thing is, nobody out of this whole topic, nobody is calling out Jake Paul for putting a rehydration clause on Anthony Joshua. Since when do we put rehydration clauses on heavyweights?
Well, first of all,
I'm
you
still
gotta remember
researching
now that
and
Tank
looking
is
for that.
now you know why? Because Tank is okay. Have you noticed? Don't nobody care about Jake Paul now that Tank, not at least not on YouTube. No one cares anymore. We used to get, I don't even remember when the fight is because I used to rely on Big Dog Willie to let me know when the fight was coming on with his super chats. He don't even super chat about this issue about Jake Paul no more. So no one even cares. But you're right. I will say this. I do believe though, if Shakur was to fight Ryan, he absolutely would. I think he would slap a rehydration clause on him. He would be stupid not to. Devin was stupid not to. That's the one time I will give Eddie credit for that. He should listen to Eddie, but as Eddie said, he didn't want to do it because he also likes to blow up in weight. He should have smacked the rehydration
Exactly.
clause.
But so should he do it with Conor Ben?
Does who do it?
Shakur.
No, because he don't
Shakur.
want. Oh, Shakur, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is my thing too about the comment, the going up. I don't care. Like, it's just so annoying.
But no, he shouldn't do it with Conor Ben because of what he said. Let me play this video. I ain't never get to play what he said because it started tripping. No, you shouldn't do it with Conor Ben because of your own words.
I want nothing that's gonna take away from me actually beating him. So he could come in, long as he make the actual weight, I'll be with it. But it's gonna have to be a lot of testing. It's gonna have to be like some real testing, and I'm with it. Like, let's make it happen there.
The rehydration clause, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I think
because Tank does that to every fighter. So he is does Frank Martin has to do the same thing?
I don't know what Frank Martin has to do, but Frank Martin is more so like 135 pounder. So I don't understand the reason why he would do it.
Okay.
But nah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Because if you go watch when Ryan fought Tank, and you watch when Devin fought Tank, and you see like the
people.
size, the how good he's feeling. Like you could tell he's feeling good on that night, like the weight and everything. Like I think that nah, that's some bullshit. That's some like I need an advantage, and with the advantage, I mean I'm gonna do what I gotta do to, and it's gonna be easy to knock out a nigga that's weak.
So y'all need me to run it back hardcores?
No, you know what I'm gonna say so funny about that. You know, I feel like people use he was so weak. I've noticed that this is something that people do, especially with Tank and people who always want some advantage. But people were so, and that's why I say a lot of what happened to Devin is really could have been avoided, but people were so vindictive and hateful towards Tank that instead of noticing what he like following his play and learning, they kind of fell into Ryan's trap. And so that's why, as much as I don't like Ryan, I don't feel bad for people. I don't feel bad because y'all was so busy trying to, look, we gonna beat him for real. We gonna did it. Ryan had been playing with that weight before. But people don't pay attention. They're so ignorant, and you so busy trying to win YouTube arguments. Because had you played, if you paid attention, Tank team was the only people smart enough to not fall into the BS. Tank versus Ryan they were being negotiated right after Ryan beat Campbell. They both were at 135. Ryan had just moved, I think, to number 2. I think at the time he was about to be Devin's mandatory, but he's also number 1 in the NBA for Tank, right? Now, all this was happening around that same time, right? Or I could be off a year or two, but whatever. But I just remember right before this happened, when they first went to negotiations, he was in negotiations with Ryan. Ryan was ranked at 135 for Tank's belt. Right after the fight, I remember Ryan went on and said, I talked to Al Heyman. They were already making the fight at 135. What happens? Ryan suddenly comes up, I got a Manny Pacquiao fight. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, and then he have like a depressive episode or something like that.
So follow me. He was, I have Manny Pacquiao, and he didn't have no Manny Pacquiao fight. He won that fight, and then I think Oscar kind of talked to him and like, man, Tank gonna beat your, and so they ran that way to get out of it, right? So then he resurfaces, says, then he says on the press, and then resurfaces, and then suddenly fighting beyond 135, even though he wasn't even out for long, right? He wasn't out for long because I already know what they tried to do. They tried to say, you know what, Tank is his little guy. What we can do is we can leave and then try to push him up to 140. That's what everybody's been doing. Everybody's been trying to push him up because they feel like they can have an advantage if they push the fight up where they will be even heavier, and they know that he can't rehydrate as much as they can because they're just bigger men. That's what he did. That was the play. Because there was like, you had
and I think it was Floyd. I think it was Floyd who put that bug in his ear.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was Floyd.
Matter of fact, Floyd was the one, and I never get this. Well, let me finish this real quick and I'll go there. Then he suddenly pops back up and supposed to fight. I think the fight put him in 135, put him in a catch weight. But then Ryan still didn't even make the catch weight with To-Go. And To-Go had never fought at 140. And they made it at 140 at the last minute. It wasn't supposed to be at 140. I don't know if y'all remember. And then he did the same thing to Javier Fortuna, kept playing with the weight. Then he did make weight again for Javier Fortuna. Then thought he was going to do the same thing with Tank Davis. And Tank Davis' team saw the play because he already did it 2 times before. And they said, we ain't going. And then he did it again to Duarte.
Yep, I was about to say that. He did it to Duarte.
And then Haney team, because they just y'all feeling bad for... they took Ryan's side that whole time, feeling bad for Ryan. Oh, poor Ryan. He was drained. He wasn't drained. He was playing games. That man, even though like, he was so thin, yeah, and Ryan was faster in that fight with Tank. He threw more punches in that fight with Tank. He was
He ate tacos and pizza the day before the fight.
Yes, he wasn't winded. He wasn't taking rounds off. He wasn't doing none of that. He wasn't doing none of that. And he actually looked good in that room with Tank. They tried to, it's a size. They let Ryan play them because you are so
Ryan taller than that's what get me. Ryan taller than Tank, bro.
They played the Haney's. Why? Because the Haney's were so thirsty to top Tank. Oh yeah, we gonna fight him. Yeah, we're not like Tank. We're not gonna train fighter. Yeah. And you fell into the trap. You going so hard against Tank. You didn't watch for the hook. Literally and figuratively, and you got caught. He got you. He gave you 4 or 5 other examples of what he was planning, but you were so busy trying to one-up Tank, you got in the mix. So I'm sorry. And yes, I'm against PED use. Is wrong, all that. But I'm sorry. The writing was on the wall. You chose to ignore it. So I'm sorry. That's my empathy ends at some point.
Rich said that Ellerby was caught on the hot mic saying that Tank walks around at 160. Yes, at that time, Tank was not taking boxing seriously. He was drinking and everything else. And ever since then, with the strict regimen that he's been on and everything else, he has left all that stuff alone. And he walks around at about 142, maybe. Tank does not have to shed that much weight during camp. He's literally right there.
He literally said 4 scores and 7 years ago.
Right.
We know that's all y'all got. I know. Back when he was fat and eating Cheetos and doing all. Yes, he was. That is absolutely true. He did walk around that way and he looked fat, and he hasn't looked fat since. Your point is nothing. The point is that you should have watched for the hook. He gave you every example of what that man was going to do, but y'all played yourselves. You should. That's the one time y'all absolutely should listen to Eddie Hearn.
And that's what I said about the Lamont Roach situation.
So let me ask this: is it safe to say that Shakur Stevenson is looking for an advantage?
Absolutely.
In the Devin fight and in the Conor Ben fight. So he been sitting here calling out Conor Ben all this time, and then to be like, but you got to give me a rehydration clause. Like Shakur Stevenson, what leverage do you have to even ask for that?
But I think 2 cents though. But I think at the end of the day, I think it's smart because you just watch Conor Ben come in at 160 within a 4 or 6 month time swing around. Once in April and then the other one in November. So his body, Conor Ben,
now he about to die.
So then you so petty. So now, right, shrink down right back. He should have just campaigned at 160 or 154, but that's Negro here nor there. But so now he finna. So you know how big he can get. Then with I don't care what I've been calling out Devin in the weight with the rest of them boys and how they rehydrate all the way up. Not to mention, again, I'm going to continue to say this. We all forget about that video where Shakur secretly recorded Bill Haney, or somebody recorded Bill Haney saying that we can't get Shakur. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to hit him and da-da-da. But they were boys at that time. You feel me? Like Devin and Shakur know each other. That's going to be a very fun fight. I really want that fight. That's a very fun fight for me. But at the same time, Shakur know the ins and outs on how DHP get down. So he's not saying this for no reason. That's my point. Like Shakur, I feel as though no. And if that fight would have been made at 135, I have a hunch that we would have heard about the rehydration clause then too. Or at least something with the weight. And if you think I'm lying, we forget that he was finna put a rehydration clause on Kid Austin. Right or wrong?
Yeah, but remember they were saying that's the sanctioning body. That's not Shakur.
No, that's Shakur. They was gonna put regardless. They were gonna put a rehydration clause on Kid Austin as well. Shakur be knowing who these fighters do.
Let me run these words back. Hardcore, y'all gotta come up here and defend me. I gotta let me know and drop it below and defend this because y'all gonna have to admit that Shakur Stevenson needs an advantage to fight these fights.
I don't want no rehydration clause. I don't want nothing that's going to take away from me actually beating him. So he could come in Long as he make the actual weight, I'll be with it. But it's gonna have to be a lot of testing. It's gonna have to be like some real testing, and I'm with it. Like, let's make it happen there.
The rehydration clause, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I think
because Tank does that to every fighter. So he is does Frank Martin has to do the same thing?
I don't know what Frank Martin has to do, but Frank Martin is more so like a 135 pounder. So I don't understand the reason why he would do it.
Okay.
But nah, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Cause if you go watch when Ryan fought Tank and you watch when Devin fought Tank, and you see like the
people.
size, the how good he's feeling. Like you could tell he's feeling good on that night. Like the weight and everything. Like I think that nah, that's some bullshit. That's some like I need an advantage. And with the advantage, I mean I'm gonna do what I gotta do and it's gonna be easy to knock out a nigga that's weak.
So Shakur Stevenson is trying to fight niggas that's weak. Okay. I thought y'all wanted to see the best fight the best, not the best fight the weak.
So that's what I think. This is just my opinion.
And he wasn't feeling good, man.
First of all, what fight that they
was watching.
Let me say this real quick. Anybody,
I was about to say something about that.
Anybody that's gonna sit in front of me.
Wait, and I don't want no like rehydration clause. I don't want nothing that's gonna take away from me actually.
Anybody that's gonna sit in front of me with their hood on their head like that, I'm gonna think they got something psychologically wrong with them. Why is your hood on your head like that? It's not even like we just sitting here talking. You on camera. This is an interview.
Maybe his haircut was messed up. 2 cents.
Come on, man. That looks ridiculous. Like you're a grown
maybe
man.
Maybe they went too far back on his line, and who knows?
You a grown man with your hood on your head.
Okay, I do disagree with one point you lady said. Just a little. I don't think wanting a rehydration class is looking for an advantage.
No, that's not. That's Shakur point.
You're right. It was his point, and I was going to say this. That's where the hypocrisy is, because it shows that you always know, and that's kind of disappointing. You've always known what it was, but this was an opportunity for everybody to kind of trash Tank Davis, so you went along with it. But now that it's you in a position, and you know what they do, you know how people, and you do, because you probably do too. You do too. I don't know at that time if you did or not. But you know people blowing up 30, 40 pounds overnight with some miracle, I don't think using miracle growth or what they're doing. And you know that gives them an advantage. And you're saying, absolutely not. We're going to be fair. We're both going to be close in size. So are you asking for an advantage by asking for a rehydration clause? No, because you're saying we should be close in size, which is the whole purpose of boxing. But it proves what it does say is that you were full of shit because you knew.
Yep.
You knew, but now that it's you in a situation, you know the Haneys, you now like, oh no, he ain't about to be 190 when you don't want it. But you don't have a problem when it's you and smaller guys. And this is why I don't, as much as I love Shakur's style, this is pissing me up. I don't know. At the end of the day, it's hypocrisy. You got to pick a lane.
But I think too, Drew, not to cut you off, Queen, because you were cooking. I do agree with everything that you said. But I think that what we're seeing with Shakur right now, with some of the stuff that he's saying, because we played this overseas back from last year, and compared to his actions right now, I think there's something that sparked with Shakur, because now all of a sudden he's taking the initiative. He's going to be the face of boxing, right? Now all of a sudden he's cussing out O'Shaquie Foster, delegating, you got to fight this person before you can even get a shot at me. Connor Ben, I want you. Ryan Garcia, I want you. Devin, I want to fight you. You know what I'm saying? I think what we're seeing right now is like, and I don't mean this in a wrong way. I think the pressure might be on Shakur with this fight with T.O. because it might be a run or dud type of thing. Now, they already have a Shakur-esque type fighter. I'm talking about Turkey, and that is Devin, right? They already have that with Devin, right? And so T.O. had made a point in the interview that I saw where he said, basically he was picking Shakur because if he can be Shakur, then he won't have a problem with the other styles up top, including Devin Haney, right? I don't know if y'all saw that. So the pressure might be on Shakur Stevenson. What if this is a make or break for him? That if he don't beat T.O. in a convincing manner to where they could market him, then it's going to be a problem because they are fighting for Turkey. And as we know, there's a lot going on with Turkey and the Zuffa boxing and everything else, and they want people that's going to put behinds in seats. So what if Shakur is on this tour saying all this stuff and putting these stipulations in now? Because if he loses these fights or look bad in these fights, it's going to put a hindrance on him because he has been on the undercard.
Key. The mics was echoing at his press conference.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to have it in an arena, an empty arena. That was just not the best of
He's not putting no asses in those seats.
To my understanding, they didn't even open it up to the public.
Oh, seriously?
That's what I heard. They didn't open it up to the public. I don't understand what that was about, and I don't know what type of optics they were going for, but it just kind of missed the mark. I don't know. But again, Turkey Al Sheikh is not the best at a lot of things, but whatever. He's the best.
He's trying to hold on, let me find Andre Ward said it best. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. Go ahead, keep talking.
Do you think that Mr. Greg said Haney and Shakur so far, in my opinion, have failed to live up to the hype that come with them? Mr. Greg, I said the same thing. But Jupe, do you think that that the pressure in this fight will be on Shakur Stevenson more or on T.O.? Because I don't think too many people like the betting odds is in favor of Shakur in this fight. I don't think people are really expecting too much from T.O. Do you think that all of this is on Shakur?
I think it's on both, but I do think it's a little bit more on Shakur.
Because I'm not sure. I think so.
Yeah, because Shakur seems a phenom. He's associated with Crawford. He's like, they've been comparing him to like Floyd, even though like I hate they compare any of these new guys to Floyd because I promise you they ain't him. Okay, who that include that doesn't exclude anybody. But I think it's a little bit more on him because like the thing about T.O. is that he's doubted more, right? So, but yeah, it's definitely a little bit more on Shakur, but I don't think he feels pressure. I really think that Shakur feel like he got this in the bag. I think he feel like this is a style that he can master. And that's not saying he cherry picking, no, because like this is a good fight. He gets full credit no matter what. But I think it is a little bit more pressure, but I don't think that necessarily has anything to do with the whole. I don't see a connection between that and the whole rehydration limit thing. To me, that's just a situation of he's never had to worry about. Think about it. If you are a person who you're also rehydrating, you're stripping down by a lot, rehydrating by a lot, and you can visually see your opponent, right? You know what they can. They can't rehydrate to your level. You don't have to worry about those. You don't got to worry about it. You got the advantage off the rip. You got it. Like if I'm fighting a third grade, I know off the rip I got an advantage. Off the rip, I can rehydrate whatever. I got an advantage. Period. I can beat you with it, without it. It don't matter. But once I start fighting people who are doing what I'm doing, like once I start fighting people who are doing the same thing I'm doing or can match my energy with the stripping down and the rehydrating, then yeah, now I got a concern for it and say, you know what, let's just make it even, right? That's what you're saying. Let's make it even. So neither one of us can, or that they're bigger, they can do it better than you because they can rehydrate even more because they're naturally bigger. Then you have to acknowledge the real. That's what I think it is. Because I guarantee you, for example, when we all knew Boots was saying, I want to go up, I want to go up, I want to go up. What did Haney finally, all of a sudden, he wanted to fight Boots, right? The minute he felt that Boots was like, oh, I'm uncomfortable at 147, that's the second he wanted Boots. And Boots said, okay, fine, let's do a catch weight. Nope, gotta be 147. That right there tells me what you do, right? You don't gotta go up for nobody, but everybody gotta come up for you. They've been playing these weight games, and to me, it's ruining boxing. It literally is ruining boxing because we shouldn't even have to have these conversations if people just fought in their actual weight classes. And then when people jump up weight classes, it would actually mean something. People aren't even jumping up anymore. What am I to celebrate? Is you're fighting a bigger guy? You're the bigger guy in every division you go to. What am I celebrating?
Jupe, did you hear my question?
Which one was it?
Where I said, who has more riding on this fight? Who has more under pressure, T.O. or Shakur?
Yeah, you probably didn't hear me. I answered it.
I didn't even, girl, my sound. What did you say?
I said I think Shakur does. I think it's just more weight put on him because people see him as like a phenom, which he is super duper talented, one of the best defensive fighters we've ever seen. I think he's just a good all around fighter, and I would love him to get back to his 130 bag where he would like stand in front of you and still make you miss. But I think because the TO has had a few hiccups, I think people assume he's gonna lose on average, even though it's not. I haven't seen the betting odds. I know Shakur is the favorite, but I think that Shakur, like, this is like the spotlight you've asked for, so people expect you to like perform, and show that like you're him more so than T.O.
Yes, I think so too. I think so as well.
Yes, Hacker. Boots was the 147 champion and said that if he could not get, okay, I don't have time to say it. I'm going to say it one last time. Yes, Boots was the 147 champion and said, I'm not going to cut weight again to 147, right? I'm not going to do it again. Now it's time for me to go up. Unless it's a unification. I'll sacrifice for a unification. If it's not a unification, I'm going up. At that time, what belt did Devin have? It's called Nada, right? Because he was at catch weights, that thing that he said he don't believe in. He was at catch weights with an old champion named Ramirez at the time. So he was moving up. So again, Devin and Boots been signed to the same man on the same network for at least 2 years now. Devin had all the space and opportunity to call that man out. He waits until he says, you know what? Unless it's a unification, I'm going up. To say, well, I'll fight you at 147, offering absolutely nothing and coming off of getting your tail whooped by Ryan Garcia. Boxing Hacker, respectfully, shut the hell up.
What do you think about Bill Haney coming back, y'all, and calling out Tank again? Are we about to go through what we relived 3 years ago or 2 years ago?
I cooked on that when I first came on the panel. And why is Devin even saying Tank name? Can somebody explain to me that? Why is she trying to pull somebody up? How is it okay? And I told y'all this. Jupe, you heard me say this. We not gonna let Devin Haney call out smaller fighters from smaller weight classes, and when they don't want to fight him, say he ducking. I've already said we're not doing this. Call out people in 147 or 150 or above. We're not gonna let you get away with calling out small fighters and pulling them up to you.
He said that Tank is on the list. Yeah.
Why?
I have no idea.
Why
I thought it was entertaining.
Weight classes?
I thought it was entertaining. I'm like, whoa, where did that come from? My thing is, I'm surprised they're not calling for Ryan after the Barrios fight, if Ryan and Barrios is gonna fight.
Remember I said that was I remember I told y'all a couple of weeks back that I'm noticing a pattern at any time, and I really think this is connected to this new call out, because I literally just saw that right before I got on here, ladies. I think so. You're calling out Tank, which fine, okay. You he's on the list. Why? Can you imagine? Like, I don't imagine if Boots had like Richardson Hitchens on his list. What? Like, you know how, like, you see how laughable, you see how we giggled instantly because it's ridiculous for you to be and this is what I'm saying. Like, the game, and then people go, boxing what it used to be. It's because these guys get to do stuff and their fans okay it. I would trash the crap out of Tank if you start saying, I'm putting these 126 pounders on. Boy, if you don't shut the hell up, I don't want to hear that. 130, you call out your division or above. Now, once you don't call out lower. You don't do that. I don't care who you are. I don't respect it. I don't care if you tank. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much I like you. That's the thing about having like a rule is the rule. That you look weak. You look weak. Why would you go up and start calling out lightweights? Let them come to you. If they come to you, fine, but that's ridiculous. And so I'm gonna tell you why I think the timing of this is very interesting, because I noticed a trend, and we know that certain people, Mr. Bill Haney, keeps his ear to YouTube, right? I mean, that's why his son is very popular on YouTube, and that doesn't always translate into the outside real world, right? Not saying he doesn't do well, but we know that if you were to look at YouTube, you would think he was like the biggest thing on earth. But if you go into reality, he's not. It's because they have they have so many different channels, whatever, and that's fine. Kudos to them for that. But I do believe that this is lock and step, and it's not a coincidence that the second everyone starts saying, we are not about to sit here and we don't want to hit nothing about no Rolly Romero. You need to keep the same energy y'all had with Boots. Like everybody pushed him up after he fought the quote unquote most decent guy at the division in Stanionis. Now they're applying that same rule to Devin, and suddenly, what you got to do? Tank. Remember I told y'all, anytime somebody brings up Ryan, I said this a couple of weeks ago, anytime somebody brings up Ryan, tank. And now it's becoming Ryan, and then go up to 154. And what do? I believe they tapped that man on the shoulder, his peoples on this app. And that's why we're going back to I'm gonna call out Tank Davis. Why now? How you go from Rolly to think about that for a second. What happened? What we were just calling out Rolly. Why no one thinks that's
weird. They said Rolly ducked him, remember?
Right, which is ridiculous because Rolly already had a mandatory call and then was in conversation with that mandatory to try to get Manny. And no one's about to freaking skip Manny for Devin. I get it, Devin. And Devin's a good fighter. No, cool. And again, I actually like Devin. I don't like his fan base. I think they're just ridiculous. But now you suddenly want Tank again. And remember, what was the excuse for Tank? Well, because we won't Rolly because he got this to show you that the Rolly call out was BS about the belt. Well, he got the belt. Okay, so you're gonna go to 135 and get Tank's belt because it's about belts, right? So I'm cool. I expect this fight to be at 135 because according to them, it's about belts. So I better see Skeleton Devin going back down because according to them, it's about belts.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
What do you have to collect from Tank? He don't got a belt. It's all about the belts.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Drew. They like to hide behind belts and money. Like they like to
and they're gonna do it today. And guess what? I'm holding them to it. Devin, I'm all for Tank versus Devin at 135 for the belt. It's important. Remember. So, ladies, let's start pressing for Tank versus Devin at 135 because the belts are everything. Remember, hold them to that. They ran their mouth. Hold them to it.
All right, let's do this too, because this is the last topic we're gonna get to because I've been on here about 2.5 hours. But Terrence Crawford, 3-time undisputed, has now become under fire because he did not pay his fees, y'all. So a lot of people are saying, and y'all have heard me say this about the belts all the time, they're very political. And now the belts is politicking and people want to feel some type of way about it. A lot of people are saying that since Bud didn't pay his fees, he was never 3 times undisputed because in actuality, that belt was never
no, they didn't.
Whoa, who said that?
What?
Word on the street. Word on the boxing streets. It's been a lot of debate about this. Like, is Terrence Bud Crawford 3-time undisputed if technically the belt was never on the line because he never paid his fees? And as soon as they was like, you're not going to pay us, they stripped him. So, and people want to say, people want to be like, well, he beat Canelo. You can never take 3-time undisputed away. Listen, you either playing with the belts, the political game, or you're not. You don't get to pick and choose and jump through hoops when you want it to apply. All you hardcore fans that want to be technical and rankings and all of this other stuff, I told y'all the belts are a political game. So let's be political. Did Terrence Crawford pay his sanctioning fees?
Oh wow. And it's so crazy because what they just say in the chat, the rules are the rules. But guess who makes the rules? You see how that can trip you up every time?
Well, my thing is, if it was okay, I gotta take Bud's side on this though, right? Because if they didn't say this beforehand, why they saying it afterwards? After he didn't already beat Canelo, hoisted up the
No,
belt.
he's the one that's reneging. He agreed to, this is what happened. He agreed to what they were going to pay beforehand. And then after the fact, he basically like, fuck what I told y'all. This is what I'm gonna give y'all. Take it or leave it. And they're like, no. And he's like, well,
But was that before or
and
after the fight though?
it's after, because he's like, okay, we agreed to this, right? And then after the fight, it's like, fuck what we agreed to. This what I'm gonna pay y'all. And Buzz like, all the other sanctioning bodies did it. Why can't you do it, WBC? And WBC like, nah, man, we already not taking whatever we said we was gonna take. We agree on a smaller percentage, which is the 0.06. But Bud is like, nah, you basically need to be take what I'm gonna give you, or you don't get nothing at all. And then he want to come out and be like, well, where's the money going? And like, okay, cool, where's the money going? But nigga, you don't know where your taxes is going, but you pay them hoes.
And that
you know the government is corrupt, but I bet you pay your taxes.
Well, but wouldn't it if he was stripped? If he was stripped, that means that he had the belt.
Yeah, but
I guess you're saying
the fight is never sanctioned then.
Right, because the sanction, I guess, okay, I guess they're saying, okay, I guess they're saying the sanctioning is contingent upon payment. You know what I'm saying? So like, I have a deal with you to sanction it so you can officially be this thing. But if I don't get paid, then you're not officially this thing, because this was all contingent upon. I'm assuming that's what they're going with it, you know, like a contract, because it is a contract, it's a business. But I will say this: I agree with you, Key. Like, you shouldn't do it after the fact. That's why they should have them paid. Well, I guess they can't pay before because the fighter hasn't got paid yet. But I will say, I was thinking, they shouldn't be able to do this, but the precedence has been set for this, because you know who's undisputed, who is not undisputed, but kind of was undisputed and is challenged to this day, and it is the same organization involved.
You talking about Tio or Cambosis?
Tio, both. Because based on WBC rules, Tio was undisputed technically, because they said that belt trumped that the WBC, and then later got rid of it. So just like they can absolutely do this and make this hazy, and that's the reason. But people love the belt. It's so, again, man, 2025 has been a doozy, because
and that's why, and you know what,
oh my God, y'all.
They thought that the reason why I think they didn't say anything, and this is where Mauricio Suleiman messed up. Bud said it in his interview, and it just popped up in my head. I mean, in his rant, and I think that's where it's going. They thought that Canelo was gonna beat Bud, and so they just was like, "Oh, okay." I know, but I'm just thinking, because my whole thing is Mauricio.
To play victim,
No, I get that, but the thing is, though, 2 cents, Mauricio Suleiman, when it comes to those belts, whether it's the WBA, WBC, WBO, but really the WBC, them fighters be walking in the ring and be stripped. You know what I'm saying? As soon as they touch the canvas, they're stripped of their belt. They don't play that. So obviously, what I'm saying is, I think it was an agreement, like you said, 2 cents, before the fight. And then after the fight, he ran off on the plug. That's what you're telling me. He ran off with the bricks and said, "Look, if you want them back, you got to pay what I want now. I'm Tony Montana. I'm the HNIC on the block, right? I'm the plug right now. So if you want this back, You got to pay me. They said, man, we not paying you. He like, well, here, you can have this brick back, but I'm gone. The rest of them, everybody else, they cool with it. You the only one. Let's just call it even, and walked away. But that's their fault. That's not Bud fault for running off on the plug. How you let that happen? And WBC has always been, I think, wasn't it the WBC that stripped Charlo before he got in a ring with Canelo? If I'm not
They
mistaken.
all
Okay,
do.
then they always do that. That like so for them to
But he got stripped for not paying the fees though.
but obviously there was a conversation had before for him to hoist that bad boy up and say he undisputed.
Okay, well, think about this though, Key.
But he
Okay, what's
tried
up?
to use the
Hold
fact
on.
that I think he tried to use the fact that Canelo wants a rematch to punk them.
I think so too. But this is the thing to speak to what Key just said. I agree. Like I don't disagree with nothing you're saying. I'm just saying there's precedence for this before, and this is how things come back to bite. Teofimo Lopez also hoisted those belts in that ring, and they announced it as undisputed. They did. That happened. I saw it. And then the WBC, the president is on record speaking to all the media saying that Teofimo Lopez is undisputed. And then it kind of like then other people tried to dispute it, and they started disputing it because the franchise belt. So what I'm saying is that there is precedent for this before, and this is what happens when people just love the belts, and everyone loves it until they make a decision y'all don't like, and you make it say all be all. Again, I like the belts too. I wish they weren't as hazy, but this has happened before. So just because, okay, so are we saying Teofimo was undisputed because in the ring they announced him was undisputed and he hoisted up the belts and said he was undisputed, and then later there was some reneging or changes? Because that's what was happening here then. Because if they're saying, yeah, because I don't know if they're saying they're stripping him. They're saying there was nothing to strip because that belt was only contingent upon payment.
No, and look, no, I'm not. Listen, and I get what you're saying, Don Drake. No, I'm not. I'm being impartial because this is a very big deal. If this is what's being said, like Jupe said, okay, they did the same thing to T.O. That's a fact.
Right.
They
We're
did
being
that to
impartial.
T.O.
We are. We're trying to figure this out.
We're trying to figure this out because if they were to go forward, like we could be looking at litigation. You
Right.
don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like this could be a huge thing.
I don't think
And
it
get
will.
that. I don't think so either because it didn't go there with T.O. But at the same time, if there was a conversation, look, that's like me going to the that's like Jupe and 2 Cents being asked by Chanel, y'all finna model our purses, right? And so you guys are like, okay, so we finna model this brand of purse, and every purse that sell, we want to get a fee from it, right? And so we like, okay, cool, we do a verbal agreement, because obviously wasn't none signed, it don't sound like. So we do a verbal agreement, okay, 15%. Every time, you know what I'm saying, y'all sell one of the Chanel purses, y'all get 15% commission. All right, cool, boom. So then afterwards, let's say the sale end, y'all then made the total purses sold for Chanel was 10 million. Like, I'm just making up a number. That was 10 million. Y'all knocked it out the park. And so y'all come back and like, okay, we want 15%. Oh, well, you know what? This fee is X, Y, and Z now. You know, we can't give y'all 15. We can only give y'all 7% of the commission. Y'all like, no, wait a minute. We agreed on 15. You feel me? I didn't model the purses. I didn't did the runway show for y'all. I didn't took pictures. You feel me? Got in, made it the number one. We beat out Michael Kors and every Gucci. We done beat out all of them. You feel me? And now y'all the number one selling purse. No. We finna. I want that full 15 that we agreed to beforehand. No, we not giving it. We only gonna do 7. Okay, you know what? I'm walking away. Matter of fact, I'm finna take my talents to Gucci. Like that's pretty much what we talking about here. You can't, in my opinion, I get what Mauricio Suleiman is saying, and I know that it muddies the water because T.O. went through the same situation. But if there was something agreed on before the fight to make it for undisputed, you can't take that back after the fight just because now you don't like something that you didn't put in writing. Like that's where my point is.
The fact that the fight was sanctioned is
Exactly.
it means that there was something agreed upon, period. And so he's saying, hey, you didn't pay what we agreed upon. Now, if that has any standing, and I don't remember, I don't know, unless Bud has a record of him changing something or something like that, because I don't, it ain't looking good. I don't know, but I mean, some people might feel that it's like T.O. fans like he was undisputed, because based on WBC rules and based on the announcement that night and based on what they said online and what they put in actual writing, he was right. Because for that time, they were willy-nilly with them belts, and I'm not arguing for or against either way. I'm just saying this is an example of why, because the belts are so political, I don't lean solely on them. The key word here is solely. I'm not saying the belts to me. I'm saying solely. And this is why. But y'all do. Yeah. And then when this happens, y'all want to be all met. This is the thing. And this 2025 should be a teachable moment. But of course, y'all not going to learn nothing from it. Of course you won't. Right? It's just because he can literally say no. Because again, it's contingent upon those fees, and the reason why people don't get challenged because they pay it.
But I also agree with 2 cents though, right, Ju? And I agree with what you said earlier. I agree with both of y'all said earlier. You can't at the same time, and this is where I have to get on Bud about it. Like I see where he's going, but I also agree with the WBC though, because or the stance that they're taking after the fact. It was good for you prior to you find Canelo. You know what I'm saying? You wanted the purse, you wanted that Chanel bag once you found out what you could do with it and the money that was involved in the history that we could make. But then afterwards, now you want to crap on the belt and say, why should we be paying, you know what I'm saying, X, Y, and Z? You know what I'm saying? And we don't even know where that money is going to. First of all, I think that is a private, WBC is private. You who are you to actively call for an investigation for a company that you've been fighting with and fighting for their belts for the past 10 years? You can't do that. You have no jurisdiction over that. And I'm not saying that it's not right. But again, this conversation, what Bud has raised, the questions that he has been raising and the vitriol that he's been going against with the WBC or belts in general, it appears, outside of the ring belt, you can't do, because number one, you look like you are compromised. Because they are dangling you, as far as I mean Turkey and them is dangling you as far like a new pet project for them. Now y'all looking at taking over USA Boxing. Okay, cool. Now you know what I'm saying? Now you doing GQ. I think he just had it, was it on GQ or it was one of them magazines he was just on. Okay, cool. I ain't mad at it. But now you're looking like what the intention was. It's not looking sincere. That's my point. It's not looking like it's coming from a good place. It looks like that you are compromising. You're raising these questions as a benefit to you and for them to continue to make their stance, because we're still in the middle of the Ali Act being enhanced, and Muhammad Ali Act either being passed or shot down. And on top of that, they want you in Saudi Arabia, it appears. So it doesn't look like it's genuine. Like you're doing this for the fighters. It looks like it's for self. So I get that point too. Like, I'm not going to look at a Bud in this situation and say, oh, he's revolutionary, because I heard Tank say it. I heard Earl Spence say it. I've heard Floyd say it. Oscar can come out and say what he want, but Oscar said it before. I think he was on Club Shay Shay when he said it, when he talked about the belts and everything. So, you know what I'm saying? When it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. When it's not, that's when you have a problem. Now, remain consistent. There's only been a few fighters that I can name within the past 5 years that have been consistent about what's going on, you know what I'm saying, behind the screen and everything with these belts and what is intended to do. And with Bud, what he's doing now, it does not appear genuine. And it appears that he did run off on the plug.
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of like you know, I mean, I don't even think it's I think it's so clear, right? It's ever clear, because, you know, again, so I like fighters for what they do in the ring. And that's why Bud is like, he that guy. But he's never struck me as someone who's like, oh, you know, I'm doing this to the little man and the man. No, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that, because you came here to, you know, accomplish things, what you've done, and make money for your family, what you've done. And you've done that excellent job. I just say, don't try to sell me on no BS. Like, don't try to cook me some mess that you ain't gonna eat. That's how I feel with everything.
I like that. I'm gonna use that, Jupe. I
Don't
like
cook me
that.
nothing that you ain't gonna eat. I don't want. I'm not. No, I don't want it.
Jupe said, "Don't make her no collard greens, no mashed potatoes, no nothing. If I can't see you touch the plate first, okay?
Right, I need to see it. No,
Yeah.
because you had the opportunity, and Earl Spence laid that plate out, and you didn't want to eat it. You didn't want it then. You had the opportunity to say it then. You were cool. You were fine because, So, and that's fine. So, this is again. Remember when beginning when they were promoting. What wasn't the beginning of the promotion for Bud versus Canelo when WBC when Turkey didn't
They
want
wouldn't even share the. They didn't even want to show the belt.
Right, Turkey didn't want the belt.
That should have told Mauricio Suleiman then.
I knew then it was about to be a problem. I saw it then. So that there's no coincidence that suddenly your issues with the WBC, you suddenly did, because people are like, oh, it's because they're sanctioning body and there is so much more money. The WBC been a lot of money. It's been this way. Matter of fact, let me go ahead. You know what? I said this on the last shows with 2 Cent, but we had a whole bunch of riffraff on that show. Let me just show you how real it is. Like, I just
hold on, y'all. Let me get this super chat.
And then post that link. I just showed you.
All right. Hold on. My computer moving like a step behind. I don't know what's going on. This shit is weird. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get it together.
So then Jupe is while 2 Cents do that, is Bud undisputed? What's the verdict?
If we being political, no.
I mean, it's controversial, right? It's because, if I'm like this, we could all say, you know what? It's really hard, right? Because we can say, and see, he can argue it, but undisputed means no disputes. Undisputed means no disputes. And you're disputing, so there's a dispute. Undisputed means no disputes. Right? So I would just say it depends, because we can say, well, no, we saw him beat this guy. We saw this happen in the ring. Well, apparently that's not enough anymore. That's what I'm saying. That was even though I don't like T.O. and I can't stand him, once the people allowed that to be kind of like T.O.'s undisputed be challenged, I knew that you opened the floodgates for this to happen to someone else. And sometimes it works in your favor of who you like, and sometimes it don't. And we're having one of those situations right now.
My verdict is yes, he's undisputed. He's 3 times undisputed, because my thing is with T.O., they hurried up. It was a last minute ditch effort. But with this fight, I'm gonna tell y'all my theory. I don't know if this is true, but I'm gonna tell y'all my theory. I feel as though they fought for undisputed. That's what it was. Turkey lined it up that way. Conversations was being had, and I feel like because Mauricio Suleiman has been low-key protecting Canelo, I'm gonna say it again. He's been low-key protecting Canelo from David Benavidez now.
He has.
I think that the thing was, I think Mauricio thought that Canelo was gonna beat Bud, and that no more conversations were to be had, because he still allowed for his belt to be shown up there. He still allowed for it to be sanctioned as an undisputed. Bud went out there, did his thing, and he won that fight. So for me, now after the fact, is there some fugazi stuff in the thing? Yes, it is. But I do believe that Bud is undisputed.
And okay, I agree. Okay, in the ring, yes, absolutely, because he beat in the ring. Yes, will it be disputed for years to come? Yes, both are yes. For me, absolutely, I saw it. I saw my own eyes. I saw you beat the crap out of Canelo. Yes, you are. In record, will it be disputed? Yes. Undisputed means not disputed. So that's all I'm saying. And I do think Mauricio thought Canelo was going to win, and he won't have to be bothered with this. But this is what I said. I don't feel bad about nobody in this situation, because Canelo and Mauricio been doing a whole bunch of mess for years. Y'all protected him from Charlo, protected him from Boo Boo. Y'all did all this mess and Benavidez just to run into Bud Crawford.
And say it again, my boo boo. Period.
Boo Boo,
Period.
Okay, I'm
Period.
sorry. Period. Okay, I'm sorry, but he's one of the cutest men I've ever seen. Anyway, we gonna let that go. You did all that, and then you ran into you ran face first into Bud, and I'm sorry, like I don't feel bad for Mauricio. Like I'm not out here like, oh, poor sanctioning body. Don't ever. I just want to make that clear. I am not feeling bad for any sanctioning body. Okay, y'all had this coming, and I'm kind of low key happy that Bud got y'all a little bit because y'all deserve it. All I'm saying is that the problem with the sanctioning bodies is because it's willy-nilly mess, and people have accepted it and been okay with it because sometimes it benefits their fighter. So I'm trying to make two different points. Two things can be true at the same time. The sanctioning body has been willy-nilly and messy, and people have been okay with it and upheld it because occasionally it benefits their fighter at the time, right? So when someone says, man, F these boxing, oh, no, the belt's bad now, can't get. You're all mad when they say, I'm tired of the sanctioning bodies and the belts. But you should have been aligned with them. So maybe.
But let me get these super chats real quick, Juke. And the same people complaining about, y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the same people complaining about the WBC and the corruption and all that. Nobody cared when Bud benefited from the same corruption that they're complaining about. Shout out to Boxing Hacker with the $5 in the super chat. He says the franchise title is not a championship belt. It's an award you request. T.O. did not win the belt off Loma. He requested it so he can be undisputed. What is Boxing Hacker talking about?
Oh, if that's the case, then no one has to do the same thing with the WBA Super.
So you could just request the belt?
I mean, yes, again, so I think I can't remember when I went through this because if that's the case, the same way the franchise was requested for Loma, the Super was requested for Loma. Loma didn't beat a Super to get the Super belt. No one had the Super belt for years. So now you see how every time you scratch, it bleeds more and you just make a bigger mess. Every time, and this is what happens when you don't understand the history of the sport.
Then that means that
think about it for a second. Loma beat oh goodness, I think he beat what's his name, Linares. Linares wasn't a super champion. They were only world champions. The oldest belt in all of boxing is the WBA world. Before it was called the WBA belt, it was the NBA because the National Boxing Association ended up changing their name. The NBA took that name over. It's a whole history and lineage. And this is what you see how I know this history. And people like Boxing Hacker don't. He's not a hardcore. He just has a lot of time to be on YouTube. It's a difference. The WBA back then, it was only the first and only belt at one time was what is now the World Boxing Association. It was only one belt, and it's the world. It's the same one Ali had. It's the same one like all the greats had. The Super came about in the late 90s because all these other belts started coming around, and everybody had mandatories, and they created this Super. So it kind of was in spurts. There were some divisions that had it, some divisions didn't. Just like the franchise. Loma did not win a Super off anybody. He got it, and suddenly he was the Super. And sometimes you were unified, you got it. Sometimes you unified.
Oh, yeah. That was the Bob Arum special.
Yeah, so he got the Super belt. The world opened up. That's how Tank fought number 1, number 2. That's what they made you do for the world. And you fought the mandatories, and that's how it happened. So if it's like, but Mauricio did initially say, yeah, he's in the beginning, just like the world rule, the Super, the rules for the Super changed. The franchise rules change. That's what happens when they introduce a new belt. You're new here. Let me introduce you to what happens when they introduce a new belt. They changed the rules 1,000 times then too. So you said he didn't win it in the ring. Loma didn't do anything to win the Super in the ring either. He just became, when he beat a world champion, he somehow became Super.
All right, hold on. Let me give Mr. Greg. Shout out Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says they sanctioned the fight. All they could do was take back the belt, but not the win. So he is the former undisputed 168 champ. Shout out Mr. Greg. He says back in the super chat, supporting the channel again with $2. He says both Bud and the WBC are being looked at sideways. Facts, facts.
I think, and that
Oh,
goes to your
one more.
point.
I got one more.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Greg back in the super chat showing big support to the channel. Thank you, Mr. Greg. Your support is greatly appreciated on this channel. He says this was brewing between them both before now. So they been probably had a beef because Mauricio say he ain't paid them for 2 other fights. He said he been not paying them.
Right. And but again, why continue to sanction? As a counselor, past behaviors
Man,
dictate future
listen,
outcomes.
Yep,
listen.
it sure
Bud with
does.
them, Bud
Yep.
with them people, man.
Yep. So if someone always changes the way of the fight before the fight, that predicts the future behavior, right? So that's another example. The saying. So that goes back to what I said a little while ago about how some people should have watched for the hook and saw it coming. Anywho, real quick, 2 Cent, I put this in your chat. Remember, I told you the WBC has always had an extreme. You see, now look at that date. The WBC has always had super crazy sanctioning fees. Always. This is not new. Look at the date of that article.
Let me see what it say.
Miguel Cotto refused to pay
November
300,000.
18th, 2015.
That's a decade ago. They were charging $300,000 a decade ago. You mean tell me you didn't know? Oh, it was $300,000 for Miguel Cotto. So you think that $300,000 is something new to these fighters now?
Facts.
This has been an issue. You're not gonna make me think. And just because I was watching boxing back then, and I'm like, didn't Cotto have some situation? This is what I mean by people who don't. Y'all. Some of these guys in this chat, y'all just typing. Y'all haven't been following the sport like that.
But then, okay. So then, okay, can they challenge his undisputed then?
Yes, because again, the belt is contingent upon payment.
But think about it, like what they gonna do? It's almost like we could punk y'all because Crawford got the backing to punk them. Because what they gonna do? What they gonna do?
Because they just they've been just as dirty as Bud.
Yeah, if they try to sue, they don't want no discovery phase. They don't want no court.
Right. I don't think I agree. And this is why I say I don't feel bad. It's both people. Remember, okay, a couple months ago before Bud versus Canelo, I said a statement, and I think Rich got on me and people are mad. Like, you really don't like Bud? No, I'm honest. I said, what I like about this fight, well, one of the things that makes this fight intriguing to me is because I feel like both sides are two of the biggest opportunities you'll ever see in boxing. They wait for certain times. They're very meticulous. That says nothing against their boxing skill. I think Bud is, again, probably arguably the best fighter of this particular generation right now. I'm saying the way they move. Canelo is very meticulous and very particular when he chooses to fight people. Bud is too. WBC. That's why I said I want to know who has better game plan. Who's gonna? Because we know what they do. That's how they get down. This is why I said.
Who was cherry picked,
or maybe not who was cherry picked, but who gonna find a way to undercut or outsmart who and finagle who? Because that's what they do. It's what they both do, and they've been doing it. The WBC been doing, like, everybody kept acting like, oh, 300,000 so egregious. They were charging 300,000 10 years ago. So like everyone act like the WBC hasn't always been charging. Yes, they have. Do I believe that Bud didn't know and suddenly he got no? I'm surprised they had some more. So it's not new. He's been undisputed twice before. He knows. So all I'm saying is that I don't care whoever. Yeah, it's almost like, and I don't want to call them crooks, but it's almost like two crooks trying to outcrook each other, and someone has to lose. So that's why I don't feel bad for anyone in the situation.
But I think it goes because now that I think what Bud has done, because the reason why so many fighters are coming out and talking about it now and saying that it's so revolutionary, I think what he's done is put a bug in their ear, if that makes sense, like how to game the system. Does that make sense? So, or how to not pay these fees, or finagle your way up out of this. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think
Because not everybody is going to be able to make a $50 million purse. Some of them are still only going to be making 250,000.
Yeah,
So
they
when you
need to
think
take some
about
money.
it, or even 100,000. So when you think about it, after they're done paying, the promoter, they done paying whatever belt they fought for, and then they nutritionist, coach, all that, they only walking away with X amount of money, right? So now fighters are like, okay, I need to figure out how to save money. So now everybody's like, look, I am the fighter. I'm the one that's going to be wearing the belt. So why do I have to pay you for representing your belt? But it's like a sponsorship. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like a double-edged sword, because like all of us have all said on this channel and others, some fighters need the belts to be out there. Some fighters can't really go on without you know what I'm saying? They need to have those belts to be able to maneuver and do what they're going to do. So
A
not
belt,
everybody's situation is gonna be like what Bud is going through.
a belt is like a bust down watch. Do y'all know that when those men buy those watches, them rappers buy those watches, and they quote unquote bust them down, put the diamonds in them, make
Oh
them look
yeah.
all shiny and expensive, that they're actually lowering the value of the watch. But in order them to play a character and be in a role, they need this watch they done lowered the value on so they can look a certain way in the industry that they trying to fit in. So when you hear people say, I don't want to, when you hear people like Tank say, who's focused on making money, he's not worried about the belts because one, he wants more control of his career, and two, he wants more control of his money. You telling me I gotta pay to like them belts expensive as hell to have?
But if we go back, like I've been calling on, it's not about, for me, the belts, the situation with the sanctioning fees and the belt fees, whatever it goes, however this go, is only the bottom of the iceberg. You understand? In my opinion, the main conversation that needs to be had, and I agree with Earl Spence when he said it last week, we need a union. But it's hard to get all, like he said, it's hard to get all the fighters on one band, one sound. If there was a union that could regulate boxing, we wouldn't be having these problems. There wouldn't be, Bud wouldn't have to say, we don't know where the funds are going. There wouldn't even, because there's a body, there's a network already in place that have these coverages for these fighters. You know what I'm
Are
saying?
the sanctioning bodies private or public?
Some of them are private, some of them are public. I think they're all private now, though. I gotta look.
So
what private companies do you know where the money going?
None of them. That's why I said, who was Bud to say, to come out and ask them for anything? You can't do that. That's hard, because guess what? By them being private, they can make the numbers look any type of way.
So I'm gonna say this, and I love the conversation you guys are having about, like, okay, because it's so good natured. It's about like really delving into, yeah, like what are these sanctioning bodies? Where's the money going? Where unions and all these different things. And as much as I love what y'all saying, I don't even. It's not that I think. I know that's not the intent of what Blood is doing. It's
No,
not.
I know that.
Yeah, and so I would just say this: if Bud cared about that, or if any of these guys cared about that, they would. They had plenty of times to take a stance on that. You already see what's happening right now in these hearings. And remember, Key, you were saying how a lot of boxers not even there because they just right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or people. Okay, so let me just tell you this: this whole thing is not. They were fine with the WBC when it was getting you what you wanted. You were fine with the WBC. You were fine with the corruption because sometimes that corruption worked for you, right? It wasn't a problem. What they're doing now, the timing of this is all about the fact that Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to get his own belt, and he wants the Ring Magazine belt to be the belt. So, for example, you no longer, he will say, oh, well, the Ring magazine is the one belt. That's what I'm telling you what he's about to do. Just like I told y'all I was going to have a turkey out of Sheik. I told y'all how all this expensive spending and promotion was going to slow down, and how you're going to start seeing less and less fights in the U.S., and you're going to start seeing pay cut, and you're going to start seeing rights. Everything I've said has come to fruition. What they're trying to, it's the reason why, because Bud didn't just say, oh, forget the WBC. He said, well, the Ring magazine belt is like the only belt. It's the longest belt lineal, which is also incorrect. That's another thing. People keep saying a lot of people, even who are really knowledgeable, get that wrong. The lineal and the Ring belt are not the same. The lineal is not even a tangible belt. That's different. That's not the Ring belt. It's a reason why he said, I don't need this belt, and the Ring belt is all, like, remember, he specifically said that because to me, that's an active talking point, because what they want to do is get people saying all the other belts don't matter and put all their stock into the Ring belt. So if you join Turkey in his new co-op or whatever he got going on, everyone will be fighting for the Ring belt in that one fight with me. You Undisputed, which is okay, great in some instances, until you're locked in. And no, he no longer has to compete with anyone. This is again about getting boxing to the old days when you didn't have to respect or pay fighters any particular amount of money. I don't know if Bud understands the extent of that, but it doesn't matter. He's made his money in the sport already.
Let me get this super chat real quick. Shout out to Mr. Greg with the $2 back in the super chat. Thank you for your support today, Mr. Greg. He said they are not based in the U.S. They are not based in the U.S., which is why the U.S. I don't know what you're talking about right there, Mr. Greg.
Oh, he's talking about the the WBC and them. They're not based in the US.
Yeah, they are not based in the US.
Yeah,
so you're definitely not about to see no books.
No, well, but this is the thing too. Why is it? I don't mind you asking to see people's books, but I just think it's funny that you want to see PBC books, you want to see WBC books, but when it came to Kinahan and this man, you don't. Whatever. That's a whole other conversation. But this is just to me a way to it's another Trojan horse, in my opinion, to feed everyone to a particular place, right? It's just like feed me to a particular place, because over there they're not gonna have no union either. They're not gonna care. Matter of fact, you will not be able to create one. It's politics, and it's someone who has worked in that arena before. This is just strong messaging to get people to abandon those belts, which then you abandon the lineage. Because remember, the WBA is older than the Ring. A lot of people don't know that. So it's just, people are probably going to fall for it. And then you're going to look up and you're going to be back in the place where fighters were 15, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And all that work that people fought for is going to be diminished because you've just given up everything you fought for to have your autonomy. But hey, you'll have the Ring. So I don't know. It's deeper than what people think it is. But
well, they supposed to have their first event on the 23rd. So like Oscar said, did y'all see Oscar clapback Thursday with the Santa kissing Diddy hoodie on? I mean, sweater.
Girl, he's a hot mess.
It's so funny. I gotta get one of those sweaters though. That shit is hilarious to me. But I don't know, man. It's like people are just so sheepish. Like it's weird. Like, come on. So y'all didn't notice that Bud came out and did a video, and then the president, the WWE guy, started going around saying the same thing Bud was saying. Then they had the hearing and they was using the same talking points. Like,
right. It's like they don't understand. It's like it's so crazy how we can automatically pick up that, oh, this is a communication strategy. This is a campaign. Because when people start saying a certain thing, like I've done campaign, let me shut up. I've seen this before. Okay. And the fact that people can't pick up on this, and they're so emotional. Like I'm looking at the chat. Oh my God! And you picking on Bud? You did. I'm like, nothing I've said is against Bud as a fighter. Nothing. I'm talking about the business side, and they're just so emotional. They're missing it. And know why? You know why it works? Because they know that They know that there's men like this. They know that they're so emotional for their fighters.
Already.
That you can tell them the truth, and they will block the truth out. They know they have people like this. They will just sheepishly go with them. They can't identify a media campaign.
And Rich,
they will champion their own demise. People will
yeah,
champion
they
their
would
own
spite their
demise.
nose to hide, you know. But Rich,
Yes, they are championing their own demise. It's crazy. Like you're championing, you're literally championing the demise of boxing in the USA. You're literally championing it. Like, oh, we're gonna get better fights. Turkey has given us some okay fights. He's not giving me one fight that I really asked for, not one. And it's gonna cost you everything. Like it's so like they just don't. I don't know. I blame George Bush. I'm sorry.
No Child Left Behind. It's absolutely his fault.
Too Rich said promotional
And
companies
the
need
Department of
belts.
Education.
He said promotional companies need belts. They present their stable of champions in order to get a budget. Belts are marketing tools for the company. Come on, ladies, step it up. That is what, Rich?
What is he even talking about? We're not even talking about
Rich,
promotional companies,
no,
man.
it's okay.
Rich,
Okay.
stop, Rich. You know what, sweetheart? I try my best with you, and I'm just gonna go ahead.
That's a different Rich. That's
Oh,
too rich.
oh, that ain't my Rich.
No, no, that's not your Rich.
Oh,
That's
forget you
too
then.
rich.
Whatever.
But I think though, I think it's all coming down to at the end of the day, there is it appears that we're on a trajectory to an overhaul of boxing. I think 2026 is going to see some very significant changes and a lot more competition. I think we're going to see a lot of lines being drawn, and it's unfortunate because there are several fighters that signed to one promotional company, and there's other fighters signed to another and another, and so forth and so on. And a lot of these fights we're not going to get because of these companies beefing with each other. It's a black tape that's going on behind the scenes on these, with these boxing
So,
companies
Kim,
trying to make these
are you
fights.
saying we're gonna get less of the fights we want?
Yes, I think so. I think well,
No
as
Ooh,
way.
far
I
as
said that.
PBC,
Hey, do you remember
as
I
far
said that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, no,
Do y'all
you're
remember?
right.
Wait,
I
no.
think
Can you
hmm
remember that debate that I won but got overturned? And I
yeah,
said everything that I spelled
yeah,
out in that debate
No, you're right. You were
has
right. And
yeah,
literally.
I argue for you in the chat because I said it. I've been saying it for months. I said for right now, sometimes things come in again. I always use the analogy of the Trojan horse. It looks beautiful, it's big and beautiful, and it's shiny and glistening. Yeah, but good things tend to not show up that way. It kind of slowly rolls
but
into that.
we're
And
already seeing it though, Jupe. I mean,
yes,
look at what and again, I keep raising the question, like, are we not seeing that they, you know what I'm saying, that it appears that ever since Canelo went over there, that we are about to now get a whole nother Cinco de Mayo Hispanic fighter that's gonna take over. So PBC and Golden Boy got that on lock. Now all of a sudden Eddie Hearn them is coming out saying, "Oh well, we want to fight on Cinco de Mayo." No, it's not. It's not gonna work that way.
remember I said the first Cinco
Like,
de Mayo. That's why I said this to me. This was a telltale sign. And like I don't know, like there's certain things that they're just bellwethers for. I don't know if y'all know what that term means. Well, I know y'all probably do. And if you don't, whatever. A bellwether is like they're a prime example of things to come, or kind of like a indicator. There are like that, like, okay, I remember saying, everyone saying, oh, Turkey's gonna make everybody fight everybody. I said, in the very short term, right? Very short term, and even then, it's not gonna be the fights we asked for. It's just gonna be big names just slapping together and thinking they're gonna be big. Kind of like even though I like Shakur versus Tio, it don't have the buzz that you would think it would have, right? Or you expect. It's because he doesn't understand the sport like someone, a particular high yellow short dude said. He don't understand the sport. I said that eventually, very quickly, it would disintegrate and it would get us less fights. And we've already seen it. And the telltale sign, the bellwether of seeing how this was going to start like downgrading. Normally, Cinco de Mayo, you get a good card. Like this was the worst Cinco de Mayo I've seen in about 15, 20 years. The worst. And people act like that's not a big deal. That's a big deal. You disappeared Canelo. Like it would, and then the fights you did give us, even though you had some names, it was probably one of the worst cards I've seen all year. And then we're actually getting less of the fights we wanted. Like, okay, I would have preferred getting Benavidez versus Bivol 3 because hey, they 1-1. We didn't get that. Okay, fine. Can we get Benavidez versus Bivol? He made sure we didn't get that. Okay, can we get Benavidez versus what's his name? The tall lanky get Calvin Smith. Nope, he made sure we didn't get that. Okay, then I remember Matias was talking about Antoine. Nope, he bought the purse bid, so Matias got to fight somebody. We didn't ask him to fight. We didn't get. He's literally preventing more fights that we wanted than he's giving us, and then he gives us Canelo versus Bud, which no one asked for. No one asked for that. It was a decent fight. Do I care about it? No, not really. I didn't care. Does it? I won't. Oh my God! It's just. And the fact that people are still championing it, it was just okay.
But I think he's getting that now. And hear me out. I think that's what the T.O. and Shakur Stevenson fight is supposed to be. I think that fight will sell well. I think they'll do pretty decent because those tickets are priced economically, thank God. So I think they'll do pretty decent, but
which part will do decent?
But his problem is moving the cards to Riyadh, to Saudi Arabia. And I don't want to be this person, I really don't, but unfortunately in America, because we have an administration that is pretty much racist, you know what I'm saying? They're saying some crazy things about people of different ethnicities and religions and all this other stuff. It's a culture war pretty much going on. When you see Turkey Al Sheikh and the rest of them, it's not gonna go over to that it's not gonna be received well right now, unfortunately, which is why I think that Dana White has been put in the forefront. Even though we know it's not Dana, it's the MBS and them crew,
but Dana
investors
was
crew.
already losing. Think about it. You haven't heard about the UFC already. He's already like the UFC has already been sued. The UFC product has dropped. You put someone in charge. That's even worse. But real quick, I just gotta say something in the chat because I need people to listen and comprehension skills are not what they're supposed to be. Someone just said the PBC fault as well. Is the PBC fault that Bivol and Callum Duck? That right there on the surface is just ideological. It's whatever. It's ridiculous. And then someone else said, less fights. Less fights. The PBC has put on 20 fights. I said, less fights we want. And then I listed the fights we wanted and how Turkey stood in between them. I'm not saying a numerical. I said, we get the less fights we wanted. Clear out the wax in your ears and listen. My God, like, why do they call them the logical gender?
Just ignore the chat because
God, like what?
But I think because
I like controlling and rage bait.
I see what.
They're not dumb for real. They just okay. I thought they were just really okay. My bad. I know y'all. Okay.
Well, I think, and shout out to Dank Father Num. I think an aircraft carrier. He said the key is his money. It's not about it being his. That's not the point. The point that I'm trying to make is that the point that I'm trying to make is that again, I think what we're about to start seeing is a consolidation of boxing. I think that they're trying to with Dana and Turkey about to buy, and Bud is also going down there with USA Boxing. They bought the Ring magazine. They got the can you guys hear me? Can y'all hear me? I hope so.
We can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear me, Key? Key.
Am I good?
Can you hear me, Key?
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
I hear you both. I can hear you both.
Key. I hope y'all can hear me. Okay, cool. Okay. With Mr. Greg, you can hear me, right? Dondrick, think y'all can hear me. Big Supreme. Okay, so with that being said, with them getting everything, I think we're about to start seeing a line being drawn, and to go back to Mr. Rich point, it's gonna be with a lot of this is gonna be with the belts. A lot of them are gonna want to keep the belts inside house. fighting with certain promotional companies that they know was not going to go overseas or something like that. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of messiness from everything of what they're trying to do and what, like a lot of people pushing back on it. I think that's what we're getting at. I
Yeah,
understand that it's his money. They have a lot of money and
but it's
all
too
that
late,
stuff.
Keith.
But at
The
the end of the
pushback
day,
is
it's
too
really
late.
not about that, because we can say the PBC has a lot of money. We can say that Bob Arum has a lot of money. It is not about the money. It is really about the principle. It's business. And we're about to see those business moves in play, in my opinion. Like, I think we're about to start seeing that. And we're already starting to see it. They're
Duke,
already
tell Keith to
starting
go
to
out and come back in
hijack a few
when she
things.
done.
So, and PBC is starting to strong arm some things. Golden Boy pretty much looks like they're nestled with the PBC. Eddie Hearn, of course, is going to ride with Turkey, but for how long? Because I could see Turkey and Eddie Hearn Eddie Hearn and Dana White getting into it. So it's a lot.
Shout out to the aircraft carrier with the $1.99. Hold on. Okay, this not. Hold on, y'all. All right, thank you. Shout out to the aircraft carrier with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says, "Juke, will Zuffa belt be the 5th official belt?" LJ.
Well, according to the way like it's going now, I think that what's going to happen, at least what looks like it, is that I don't think there'll be like a whole official belt thing. It seems like, well, it will be, but within different organizations, because
It's even fracture boxing.
That's what I was about to say. I think it's going to start looking like the UFC. So you remember, that's why I keep trying to say, but maybe y'all not hearing me. Boxing, as much as boxing is criticized, and I think it's overly criticized, I think it was a reason why, so they can splinter it about, oh, everyone's not fighting everyone, blah, blah, blah. Well, I think people are going to start regretting the days of old, because even though you do have different promotional outfits, they do occasionally fight each other. But I think what they're aiming for is it's going to be splintered like what the UFC, what MMA was, which is why you had the UFC, you had Bellator, and what's the other organization I think Clarissa Shields was fighting under? And those people, what was it called? Yeah, PFL. And they all had their own belts, and they never fought each other. Never. And so,
hell, Dana White UFC, they hardly fought for their belts and everything.
Right. So you had the UFC, that was one organization. It's so much to the point where people use UFC interchangeably as MMA. But then you had the PFL, they had their own champions. And then and they didn't mix. So boxing actually, even though it's not perfect, was a better model. But I think people listen to media who really want to just destroy boxing, and y'all kind of like allowed it. And so now you're saying will be the 5th official belt. It'll be the official belt of Zuffa. It'll be the official belt of Zuffa. And Zuffa will fight Zuffa. And then, the other people will fight. Like, I don't know if whatever PBC and Golden Boy choose to do, it'll be its own entities. But hey, that's what y'all wanted, so congrats.
So is it true that if the Ali Act changes don't pass, they're not doing Zuffa?
No, I think it's too much money on the line. I think they're still gonna have to do it. I think it just changes things, but unfortunately, they should make the changes. Unfortunately, I think that they will make the changes. Down the line, maybe within the next month or two, probably. But the question is, okay, we won't know the detriment to what Zuffa boxing is going to be until they start it. And I hate to say that. I don't think we'll know how good or bad the enhanced Muhammad Ali Act will be until we see it in action. Now we've
I don't
already
think
heard.
it's necessarily Zuffa key, but what if people just start popping up making UBOs because that legislation is in place?
That's exactly what's going to do. That's exactly.
So it's not necessarily Zuffa that's the problem. It's the fact that it's going to be fractured like that.
It is, and that's why I just said when aircraft carrier said, Will it be the official belt? We keep acting like it's going to be just one big thing with this different belts. First of all, it's going to be basically. I can't see a good way.
It's like a privatized belt.
Right. Everyone keeps thinking like, oh, we want everyone to fight each other. What y'all just supported? Well, a lot of y'all just supported by supporting Turkey. You ensure it'll never happen. You got us even further away. Imagine you're like, okay, you know what? I want universal income and I want everyone to have their needs met. And then you vote for someone who says, you know what? I don't believe that eating food and drinking is a human right and expect to get closer to your goal. You really said, I want ice and then voted for fire. Like, that's what y'all have done. I don't know how much more.
But I think though, Jude, because again, the way how Dana White's model was able to come down is because of the fighters, the UFC and MMA fighters, right? And people started talking more, which is why he has that FBI investigation. But so I would not be surprised, because if it's true what they're saying, that we won't know about drug tests, if who popped dirty, if we won't know about if the weights are going to be different, if the ring size is going to be different, like their judging criteria is going to be different than boxing. Like, it's like a complete overhaul from what they've already put out. So I think what is going to come down to is the fighters. Now we know he got Brandon Items.
Right, but that's the thing. It will come down to the fighters, but if he gets it up and running, and if they vote on this legislation, you already open up the floodgates, because now everybody gets to create their own little thing. So just like y'all, people are mad about all the belts. The belts are going to be the least of your worries. Now you're going to have different outfits with their own different belts. You can have one outfit over here. I can call myself ABC, but I'm A boxing, and I have 2 belts, and then B boxing can have 3 belts, and they have splintered. This could be splintered beyond recognition and beyond reconciliation.
So then it would be he would go bankrupt again. It would be a lot of lawsuits.
Yeah, but think about right. He could, and it can eventually get back together. But what I'm saying is, in the meantime, between time, a lot of our favorite fighters, by the time that gets sorted out, they be getting ready to retire. All I'm saying is, these people who've in this chat, which I've been screaming, I've been trying my best to talk to people about this. They weren't listening. And they literally have just potentially ruined boxing for the next few generations because they want to win an argument on YouTube. They weren't listening. I told people what Turkey was. They didn't listen. So yes, it's potentially they can see it, but that takes time. Once legislation is legislation. Once it's law is law.
Yeah, and that's like I said, I hate to be that person, but I think it's I got it 85% right now that it will go through, and I think that
every single person in the chat, it's on them. All these channels, it's on y'all. Y'all did it. I don't want to hear about it. Like, we can be looking back. Oh, boxing used to be great. Yeah, well, we won't no more. Thanks to y'all. So okay. So I'm sorry. I'm tired of people not reading, not listening, and just want to win YouTube arguments really quickly. Like this is how we got here. All these older champions did all this work, put in all this work to gain these rights just for people to piss it away. It's like it's ridiculous. It's like all those last couple of decades was for nothing.
I don't think it was for nothing. I think, to be honest with you, I think sometimes certain nuances need to be introduced before, so that people can see that, we maybe need to go back to, what I'm saying, what it was before. I think that's what we're witnessing, Jude. I think because it happened, and I hate to, it happened with Daniel Kinahan.
No, but it didn't happen. Daniel Kinahan didn't get a chance to get that success because the heat got on him too fast.
Right, but I think, but it could still be time, because Turkey is still quiet. Everybody, Dana and them still quiet.
No, he is. Oh yeah, he's gotten real quiet. He wasn't at first. He's gotten quiet, but of course, people don't notice those type of things. And so like, Turkey has gotten further because of the backing of certain fighters, and those fighters back them because of the backing of their fans. So the fans still do have control. The fans were in here arguing on behalf of Turkey day in and day and night. When the fighter, like for example, there are certain fighters. That's what I said. Your fan base does have an effect. That's why it bothers me when you have fan bases who refuse to criticize their fighters for anything. That already caused a problem. It does have an effect. That's why they were in here, and you gave Turkey his mandate. They defended him day in and day out. Then they want to. Then once the damage is done, act like, "Well, I ain't gonna do it." No. Yes, you did. You don't get to back away now. You don't get to backpedal now. You gonna support Turkey, and now
Eddie Hearn did say he was spit shine Turkey Johnson.
And
no,
but for how long though? See, but again, it always come down to the money, right? That's how they get a lot of people caught up. That's how Dana White get caught up. Or he is caught up.
Hold on, Key and Juke, you telling me we've been seeing all this from the beginning and they didn't?
Absolutely.
You know what? I hate to say it, ladies, we gotta be honest. Like, we're a lot smarter than a lot of people apparently.
But it's more difficult though, Juke, because okay, like for instance, right? You got when Shakur fought Padley at a Padley allegedly was paid half of his money was in cash, the other half was in Bitcoin, right? I think that's what it was like that. And he got his biggest payday. Another person was Bacoli. Bacoli got it. So you have all these, so these are called talking heads. He got everybody, he got his fighters that he's willing to pay the money for. And they gonna go out and say, man, I got paid X, Y, and Z. And so now the fighters are gonna come over, gonna get paid X, Y, and Z for now, and think that it's like that until they sign on that dotted line for Zuffa Boxing. Because we can say, you know, they going at the belts. We can say they doing this, but there's not a lot of fighters that's jumping up now. Think about it. Everybody for last year, several fighters, and earlier this year, wanted to go over to fight with Turkey. Remember? Wanted to go and fight on Riyadh. Was talking about a Saudi Arabia card and everything else. Now, all of a sudden, you don't really see that as much. You know, like it's everybody trying to be in their own, you know what I'm saying, moving. You hear a lot of fighters saying, you know what, I want to be independent now. I want to float around. They don't want to be bogged down to certain things. Like, it's an interesting dynamic that I'm just sitting back watching with these fighters. And it's like, wow, how the tide have changed because things have changed now. And I think now with this contract that's floating around that these fighters are signing their lives away to, you know what I'm saying? Now they looking like, you know what? Fighting with Top Rank on 2BTV ain't gonna be that bad. You know what? Let me see what Al Heyman them talking about. Let me see what Golden Boy talking about. Like they're exploring their options more. Where last year or 2 years from now, we couldn't even get that.
No, I agree with you, Keith, and I think it's because they're starting to see it. But like the reason why they were doing it is because you had these fans, you got to sign for Turkey, bow down to Turkey, dude, and their fans, almost pressure them to go to Turkey. I remember seeing it on Twitter. Oh, go to Turkey, go to Turkey. You set them up for the okie doke. And you ushered in. I'm sorry, I'm not letting people act like they weren't part of this, and they weren't part of it. And they didn't read, didn't look. No, this is on y'all. This is on you. You can't back away and act like you had no part of it. Stand Turkey. Okay, well, when boxing is no longer recognizable and splintered and terrible, make sure you tell your kids you were responsible because you don't read and you don't listen.
And you don't know nothing about the history of boxing, and you swear you a hardcore fan. Listen,
thank you for
coming up here on a panel tonight. Listen, I see I've gotten 210 views. I should definitely have 100 likes when I get off of this live today. So if you haven't already, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live. Great conversation today. Somebody called me a rage bait channel. They said I'm good with the rage bait topics. Listen, we just talk about regular topics over here and people are able to give their 2 cents. I don't know where any type of rage baiting come from. I ask the same questions everybody have been asking all day and all week. But we're gonna go through the panel. We're gonna let everybody get their final 2 cents off. We're gonna start with you, Juke. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I just want to thank you, 2 Cent, because you always have a great channel, great platform.
Thank you.
So smart, so knowledgeable. By the way, I just want to start my little time to ask you, how'd your son do? I know your son was at a tournament, right?
Yeah, we was at nationals this week. He did not win. He did not make it past the first round. So it was his first nationals. So
okay, it's his first national.
Yeah, it's his first one.
How old is he?
17.
Okay, he got time. It happens. But shout out to you and your son. Shout out to the lovely Miss Key with the T. Always, update me on some stuff. I would just say this has been a great night. I would just say when it comes to Shakur, I absolutely love that he's trying to just get big fights, whether it's Tank or not, whether who it is. And I respect him for that, and I gotta give him credit for that. Unfortunately, I had to criticize him because I was like, I really want to go without having to criticize my favorite guys. But you know what? Hey, you know what? I criticized myself for stuff I did last month. You always gotta check yourself, so I can check them too. That weight thing, that 175 stuff is ridiculous, and you should not be I don't know if he's just eating a little bit and just. I don't know if this is a situation where he's just. I don't know. He's just not being disciplined. It don't seem like it because he doesn't look super big to me. But either way, that is a test. You're starting to tell me that are you rehydrating like that? Because I'm curious of how much is he rehydrating, right? So that's to me what it is how much you're rehydrating, and it's making me feel like you do know that is a factor, which is why now you're suddenly in favor of rehydration clauses. And so that's a huge hypocrisy to me. You can't claim that you can't trash Tank on something, and now that you want to do it because you want to protect yourself and make sure that it's a fair fight. That's telling me right now that you know that you're meeting with someone who's doing what you're doing. So to me, that's an omission. That's an admission that this has been going on, but y'all ignored it when it was Tank because everyone was okay with him being at disadvantage. That's what the theme of this is. It's a lot of people, because again, Tank is probably one of the few fighters in the field who don't have all these brothers hanging around, these friends. And so when it's something that's against him or is going to disadvantage him, everyone's in agreement with it. When it could potentially disadvantage them, then suddenly it changes. Someone's trash 1 minute, they're great. Now they're great the minute you want to fight them. It just seems like boxing is being moved by, do you dislike or like this particular person, right?
Propaganda. It's being moved by propaganda.
It's absolutely propaganda, and I'm realizing that Tank is such a factor. And there's nothing to. I just want to say this: Tank was not even officially a part. Tank is literally kind of the nucleus of boxing. He is the face of boxing, and I'm gonna tell you why. Even when I want him to be, even though he hasn't fought since March, because he really is the barometer for everything, every boxing conversation. We were literally talking about Bomac as a trainer, and we had someone. Oh, Kenny and Co. What of all? There's hundreds of boxers. Kenny, what? We weren't even talking about. You can go to heavyweight. We can talk about Wilder and Usyk, which is another topic. I hope we can cook on another date. They're gonna be like, yeah, but Tank Davis is like, you can't escape this little man. Even when I don't want to be bothered with him, when he gets on my nerves, I can't escape him. So that right there is a factor. I hope Keyshawn. I don't like that. I feel like Keyshawn was really building himself up as his own name, and I feel like his performances were giving him the right to do so. And I feel like ever since the situation happened where he blew weight and didn't get to headline his own card, he's been weird in a weird space. And I don't know what's going on with him. I don't like it because I was really rooting for Keyshawn. I want to see so much from him. I want to see him versus Tank, him versus Frank. I don't know what's going on with that. And that's kind of bothered me a little bit because you went from getting ready to headline your own card, having your own trainer, having your own identity, to now you
Right back up under his
Right
DL
up
from
under,
Shakur.
up under Shakur, and now about to start fighting. Allegedly, from the rumors, you're gonna be your coach is gonna be Shakur's granddad. You're right. You're literally putting yourself under his like shadow when you were starting to like kind of spread your wings. And I don't understand that. And I feel like boxing needs these young, hungry new stars. That's why I want Shakur to grow. I want Devin to grow, believe it or not. I really do. I just don't like his fans. I want them all to do big things. These young black men, I want them all to do well, all of them really, but a lot of young, where we come from. Y'all already know. I want them all to do well. And so like it's bothering me that Keyshawn is kind of like, that's what I didn't get to speak on earlier. He's kind of like, I don't know, like shrinking himself in a bit to me. Because Richardson Hitchens is a good fight.
And nobody want to talk about how Shakur stole Keyshawn's fight, which is T.O. He stole a fight from
and to me,
that should be Keyshawn having that fight.
It was perfect, like that fight, and it made sense. That's another thing. We need to question what's going on. That's another topic. We can't do it today. What is going on with Top Rank? Because the Top Rank I knew would have never let this go on. Never let this happen. So I don't understand. I think Keyshawn versus T.O. actually would have been a better fight in the ring, and the promotion would have been better. But somehow, the brothers thing. I agree. The only reason I wasn't complaining about the brothers thing is because once Keyshawn said, okay, I blew weight, I'm going to fight at 140, fine. You're in different divisions now. I have nothing to complain about. But now, Shakur, you didn't hop your little butt up to 140. Why? Why? Like, okay, so now you didn't make me upset. Now it is a problem. It's too much. It is also preventing too many great fights with this brotherhood thing. I get it that everyone has like people they like, but like, no, you like the reason why no one is mad about Bud with the situation because Bud, he has y'all his little homies, but y'all far from him. He never is. It will never be. You guys will never even be considered or never ask to fight each other. It makes sense. But I don't get that. What was the point of going up to 140 if you have this rule where you're not going to fight one of the guys who you also believe is going to get a title at 140? You finally created the separation, and now you just ruined that. So whatever. But yeah, Keyshawn is concerning me a little bit, and him cutting off his whole team because I thought it was just Bomac. I don't know. I don't know. I have a little concern for Keyshawn right now. When it comes to this whole. And the rehydration. You already know how I feel. I'm cool with rehydration, but bro, you a hypocrite. I'm fine with it, but at the end of the day, how about just fighting your own division? How about just go back to 135? And part of me, I hate to say this, I'm starting to think that what's his name, Abdullah got a little something to do with this because why everybody moving around too fast. Say it. I'm starting to think it. You're making me question it. Why everybody get to moving and getting antsy? Okay, I'm not saying it, but I'm thinking it. And when it comes to Bud, I'm not mad at Bud for playing the WBC at all. But do I think Bud was just accosted and blindsided with these sanctioning fees? No, they were charging Sokoto 10 years ago. No, he wasn't blindsided. Everybody trying to play everybody. And this is why the sanctioning bodies can't be the end all be all of every situation. With that, I hope you lovely ladies get some good sleep. Do we have any boxing this weekend, y'all?
Yeah, it's Diego Pacheco versus Sadejo. However you say his name. But they fight tomorrow. I think it's on DAZN, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, thanks for keeping me covered because normally I'm more up to date, but work has been kicking my butt and family. So with that, that's all I really got. I'm listening to Key Cook, and y'all have a good evening.
All right, Jupe. Shout out to Jupe for coming up on the panel. Ladies' night. If you want to hear Jupe again, Most likely she'll be here again next Friday, ladies' night, women's only panel. Come back and join us if this is your first time here or this is your first time listening to the replay. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and let me know, let Juke know and drop it below your 2 cents about her takes that she's had on the show tonight. Key with the T, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, first of all, of course, salute to you, your family, and your son. Tell him chin up, King. He got it. I have faith that he gonna come back stronger than ever. Salute to the chat, the kings and queens that was in here. That was definitely chiming in. Y'all always make me laugh. Y'all be coming. Y'all be talking kind of crazy. Some of y'all in that dang on chat, but it's all love. It's all boxing opinions. To land my plan, I'm not gonna say too much. Salute to the beautiful Queen Jupe as well. Shout out to her. I'm not gonna say too much because Jupe pretty much summed up the stuff that I was thinking about. What I will say though is, as far as the Buzz situation with the WBC, it just for me it appears that he ran off on a plug. But it can be a debate. It can be because there have been people that have still debated about T.O.'s situation about being undisputed, and I know it's two different situations, but um, it does put into perspective everything that's been going on with boxing. So I'm curious to see how this will play out and moving forward. Um, could we eventually see a four times undisputed Bud at 160, or just reestablishing himself as 160 as a 160 a 68 WB champion? It appears that Mauricio Suleiman is really in their feelings about this and about the payments for the last few fights. It appears that he hasn't paid, so I wonder if he's ever going to get that opportunity again. But if you're Bud, what else is there to prove? You understand? Like, that's a tall ceiling that these fighters that have to go through to get to those accomplishments that he's done. I can't deny that. As far as the Keyshawn situation, I definitely agree. I don't want him to be in the shadow because I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Just seeing the clips that I've saw from Shakur and T.O. presser versus Keyshawn pressers that I've seen. Keyshawn is more animated and more entertaining. I can't lie about that. Very much more entertaining than Shakur Stevenson. And he has, like, he's more animated and everything, and he will draw people in. So I just pray that he doesn't get lost in Shakur's shadow. I'm not saying that Shakur is not animated. I'm not saying Shakur can't sell a fight. He has headlined and done that. I'm not saying that, but there's a clear personality difference between Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis. You understand? So I'm praying that, whatever is going on with Keyshawn, he get that rectified. I don't agree with him leaving Bomac, but I'm not in his, camp. I really don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it was about money. That fight fell through. He still had to get ready for it. And what if he couldn't pay him? Because how Bob Arum work. You feel me? Bob probably cut some fees down and everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was over money or whatever the situation may be. At the end of the day, I really wish that they would have worked it out. Because I think that out of all the relationship with the trainers that I see with these fighters, it's certain trainers that can bring something out of a fighter. And I know I can't say that for the whole Bomac stable. But Keyshawn does fight with that aggressiveness, with that passion that really fits Bomac style. I wouldn't be upset if he went to a Ronnie Shields or even a Bozy Ennis, but I know that's, pushing it because Andy's with Bozy. But, like fighters that can get him to that, can maintain that of what he has brought in the ring. Because I like Keyshawn Davis. I really do. So I'm praying that he work it out. And lastly, as far as the whole Shakur moving up, hydration, I believe in hydration clauses. I get it. Especially when you have these fighters blowing up and everything, or just to keep it an even playing field. And again, if we're going to continue to make a big deal about rehydration clauses, then we need to start looking at these fighters who are blowing up 4 and 5 weight classes just to shrink down. You know what I'm saying? Back down 4 or 5 weight classes. That needs to be equally discussed about the safety of what they're doing to their own bodies to do it. Because these are fighters, we're not talking about 21 and 22-year-old fighters. These fighters are all pushing 30. You know what I'm saying? Once you get to 26, you 30. You feel me? Like, ain't no, it's 25 and then 30. Okay, so a lot of these fighters is 28, 27, and everything else. They're not going to be able to keep doing that forever. And if they do, they're not going to have to, I would recommend that they don't blow up so big. They're going to have to stay in the gym and continuously work out and stay trained and disciplined in that arena so that they won't get an upset and everything. But that's what made Floyd so great to me, because Floyd always stayed around his weight class. You know what I'm saying? Floyd never got too crazy or got, his weight never, it didn't fluctuate like that. And he moved at his own pace. And I think that's what fighters need to start doing. I'm excited about the 140 division, nonetheless. I'm still a little lackluster about the 147 division, but the 135, 140, and 154 to me is just heating up. Be looking out for 2026. If the winner, allegedly, we could see Earl Spence either at 160 or facing the winner of Keith Thurman and Fundora. We also have the return too of Jermell Charlo. He could be vied for one of those position for one of those options. We have the Caleb Plant and Jamal Charlo card as well. And then the Cinco de Mayo with David Benavidez. There's a fight with AJ versus Tyson. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. I'm not excited for it because Tyson Fury can't even make up if he wants to come back and fight. And low key, Tyson really want that trilogy with Usyk, which none of us wants. But I think Usyk team has pretty much walked away from it because what more can you prove? Like, Usyk is a better fighter. He got Fury's card, in my opinion. Some people just got your card down packed, but they're trying to make that for a February card in Saudi Arabia. So now the pressure has mounted on AJ because he has to win that fight coming up next week with Jake Paul. So let's keep an eye on that. And then was another card. Boots and Virgil allegedly in March, allegedly. I don't think they're going to put that on the Cinco de Mayo card with David Benavidez now, but I heard that negotiations are going good. So we could be getting that in a March card, which has huge implications of moving forward of the 154 division as far as the Kings in that division, how it's going to come out, especially with the return of Jermell Charlo. So those are just a few cards. Tank Davis, there's this whole thing about him and Pitbull Cruz. But there's a few other fighters I'm hearing too that is also could potentially also be getting it mixed up. And with Pitbull Cruz out of the 140 contemporaries and 135 being a big seller that he proved in Texas. And that was a great card. I will say this, I would not be surprised as a money factor if Pitbull and Tank Davis was to do that fight in the summer of 2026. But there's a couple of other fights that could be entertained, including how Manny Pacquiao looks against Rolly if he beats Rolly. That could be floating out there. I'm also hearing maybe if Gary Antoine we could be seeing. There's a few options that Tank Davis has on the table, but one of those options, sad to say, I don't know how people are going to feel about this, but I'm not hearing Lamont Roach due to the fact of their fight that they had and the things that transpired after that fight. It appears that their friendship is really, really over. Like, I'm not sure. So I don't hang your hat on a Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach fight. I'm not sure about that, but I am hearing that they will either have Lamont Roach either on a Pro Box card headlining, or because Pro Box is so happy with the name that he has floating around, or he could be on an undercard coming up back with the PBC. So I'll keep that post it for you guys, let y'all know that. But again, shout out to 2 Cents. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Shout out to the kings and queens of the chat. And always, I'm out.
Peace out, Key with the T. Listen, y'all keep killing me with this. Lamont is on the outs. PBC knew what they was doing. Why does PBC have so much control over every single itty bitty thing? Like, I don't understand why y'all do. Referee do something PBC. The sanctioning body do something PBC. A fighter get a draw PBC. Somebody slip and fall down the stairs PBC. Like, what are y'all talking about? But shout out to everybody that joined me today for the all women's panel. You got Chef Juke with the cook. Juke gonna get on the panel and she gonna sprinkle you with some historical facts, some present day data, some historical fighters and stories you ain't never heard of. She gonna provide the reason why things have happened and things change. She gonna sprinkle it up and stir it up real nice. Then she gonna roll you around in the Old Bay and just slap you on the grill and cook you. Shout out to Chef Juke on the panel. Then you got Key with the tea. She gonna come up here. She got all the tea. Lipton tea, chamomile tea, any type of tea you want. Ginger tea, sweet tea, iced tea, unsweetened tea. Key got all the tea. She gonna let you know about the fights, the ins and outs, the negotiations, the legal proceedings. And then y'all know me, I'm gonna come up here with the common sense, the logic, and of course, as always, my 2 cents. Right, J-Man, she got the herbal tea, the mushroom tea, ayahuasca tea. Cause see, she gonna open your eyes. See, when you come on over here to 2 Cents Boxing, you're gonna get your eyes open. We're gonna expand your thinking. We're gonna expand your mind about this boxing talk. This ain't no hardcore fan channel. We not no hardcores over here. I'm a casual. So we talk about a plethora of things in boxing. We have a broad view of boxing. We're not stuck in a box like the hardcore fans are. So we have fun over here. We have a broad, we talk about a plethora of different things. We talk about matchups. We talk about fighting styles. That's how we analyze things over here. We don't talk about belts and rankings all day. We don't do that like those hardcore. I mean, it's a conversation every now and then. We talk about it because it's boxing. We don't spend our time crying about it. So if this is your first time here, be sure to come back next Friday where we do it all again. Women's only panel. Common Sense Boxing Talk. So shout out to everybody that joined me today. If you haven't already, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live. I'll be live again Sunday, 5 to 7 p.m. And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, timing you out the chat, kicking you off the panel, leaving you in the background, muting you while you're trying to talk, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.